FisherandFry.com. You are welcome to contact me on email. You can argue with me. You can say, I hated what you said about this. I loved what you said about that. I promise I will answer. I'm very, very good at responding to email. I love to hear what your comments, questions, etc. are. I also have a YouTube channel, about 25 videos starting in kindergarten up through 12th grade. I hope they're useful as you go back to school and have conversations about the things I'm talking about. Did you all write that down? It's going to go away. Okay, so today's topic is about rigorous reading and 5 access points. You don't need to write these down because they are the chapter titles for the book in your little hands right now. So we're not thinking about that. I want to start with purpose and modeling. I want to talk a little bit more about this. I know I'm supposed to talk a lot about close reading. Have you all heard of close reading? It's like super popular right now, right? It's the thing right now. It shouldn't be as hot as it is. It shouldn't. It's an interesting process. It's important. Kids should learn to do this, but it is not all-consuming of our instruction. It just seems to be like everyone wants to talk about close reading. I actually know other things besides close reading, and I hope to prove that to you today. I do know something about close reading. I'm trying it. I'm working on it. So I want to start with purpose and modeling. I think it's really, really important that our students know what they're supposed to learn today. There's an entire chapter on purpose and modeling, so I'm not going to do a lot of work on it today, but I want to make a couple points. We're not going to throw the babies out with the bathwater. We're going to move to Common Core. I can't actually explain this picture, but I found it on the internet and I really like it. We're not going to throw them out, those babies out, just because we're looking at new standards. What we have known for more than 70 years, we have 70 years of evidence that when the student knows what he or she's supposed to be learning, they learn more. 70 years. I've been saying that for a lot of years in my career. It doesn't seem to matter to most people that I can say there's research on it. So I changed my explanation recently, and now I say, I believe our students have the right to know what they're supposed to learn today. It's a student's rights issue, because you, me, teachers, are going to sit in judgment of a student. We're going to give them report cards and grades. It is not fair to evaluate kids if they don't know what they were supposed to learn. It's a student's rights issue. The students have the right. I know people get all into this. Do you have to post it on the board? Do you have to write that? All I'm asking is that when you walk in a classroom, the students know what they're supposed to be learning today. If you don't have a classroom right now, you're a coach or an administrator or central office or whatever job you have no right to walk in someone else's classroom and ask students, what are you doing? I hear that all the time. People walk in a classroom and say to a kid, what are you doing? If you ask them what they're doing, that drives their attention to the task in front of them. If you walk in someone else's classroom, you should ask, what are you learning today, not what you're doing today. The follow-up question is, why are you learning this? Do you all say objective here? Is that common here, objective? Some people say learning targets, some people say learning intention, some people say objective. Do you say SMART objectives? When you went to teacher school, did you do SMART objectives, specific and measurable? Remember those days? Right? And people would start off with like SWABAT. Remember those days? Student will be able to. Remember that? SWABAT, you'd abbreviate it. The kids have no idea what you're writing on the board. SWABAT, count to 10 or whatever, right? Ridiculous. So I don't say objective, I say purpose. And the reason I say purpose over objective is because SMART objectives don't have to be interesting. Do you all know that? You can meet the criteria, SMART, specific, measurable stuff, without it being interesting. And quite frankly, some of you teach things that aren't very interesting. Do you know that? Has anyone ever told you that? Some of you teach things that aren't that interesting, at least to other people. I hope they're fascinating for you. I hope you care passionately about the things you teach. And if you can't share that passion with the students, they're probably not learning it. So I say purpose to say, here's what we're learning today, here's why we're learning it. That's my second criteria when I walk in a classroom. I want students to be able to answer the question, what are you learning today, why are you learning it? And the third is, how will you know you've learned it? Students should know the assessment criteria, the performance criteria, the products of their learning. I think that's the equity issue. That's why I care so much about purpose, especially as we change to higher standards. We have to be clear. What do we want students to learn today? Now, I used to work about 5 superintendents ago It was 6 superintendents, we got to it. 6 superintendents ago, we had a rule in our district that the standard had to be posted on the wall. So I'm on video, that is a dumb rule. It's a dumb rule. It's misguided, maybe I should say it that way. Having the learning target, the purpose on the wall is a good idea. The standards are too big. It's too big. The standards are for us. Today's learning is for the students. That means you and your team have done some thinking and you know what students need to learn today and the next day and the next day and the next day and the next day to add up to a standard. It's too simplistic to simply say put the standard on the wall. I used to work at Hoover High School. I taught there many, many years when our 6 ago superintendent had the rule that the standard had to be posted on the wall. And he created a checklist for principals when they walked in, and they had to check off all these things. Of course, we grieved it, but it didn't matter, and so we're having this debate about it. So my team, my English department that I worked in, we went and photocopied the standards, gigantic, at Kinko's, and we laminated them, and we put them on the ceiling. And so when the principal walked in with his checklist, we would say, behold the standards. They're all there. And he had to check off, yep, standards are posted. That's how useful I think that rule is. Now, daily purpose is completely different. Because students deserve to know what you want them to learn today. And when they know that, and you know which kids learned it and which kids didn't. That's truly formative assessment. If we wait till 3 weeks from now, we're not actually doing formative assessment. Formative assessment is, here's what I wanted you to learn today, who learned it, who didn't learn it. It's PLCs down to the hour in a classroom. Who learned it, who didn't learn it, what am I going to do about it? I spent a long time on purpose because I think it's important. I want to show you 2 very short video clips. These are from the same school on the same day. This school is a K-8 dual language school in San Diego. The principal and I walked the school and we asked kids, what are you learning today, why? What are you learning today, why? What are you learning today, why? And we went back to his office and we cut these 2 into kids who have no idea what they're learning and kids who had some sense of what they were learning. So I want to watch them about 2 minutes each, and then we'll have some conversation about these students. I have to walk way over here to get the video to play.
Why do you think that's important when you write to have all these sentences in there? Why does that help? I don't know. I think
we need to learn all of the physical properties of matter. Because we're going to have a science test.
And who are you writing this to? Who's going to get that paper that you're writing? Do you actually share that writing with anybody, or you just put it in your folder?
We just leave it in here.
Very good. Why is it important to learn the word colossal or any of these other words in worldly wise?
Expand our vocabulary.
So why is that important? Say you have a big vocabulary, who cares?
Because it'll help us out later in life to get a job.
To get a job? Thanks.
It'll show help you like to get AP classes in schools.
Very good.
¿Estás aprendiendo esto por qué?
Para CSTs, para prepararnos para que cuando llegue van a venir preguntas así y estemos listos.
Okay, so why do we learn that?
It's the California standards.
That's good.
¿Para qué creen que es importante saber la geometría?
Para cómo se separa
¿No? ¿Qué te imaginas para
Yeah, definitely for practice. why do you write about the 5 senses? Why is that important? How we learned that? Why is that important? You guys want it?
I like the last two girls. Maybe if we turn away, he'll go away. Watch the students who had a better sense of what they were supposed to be learning.
Well, why do we learn similes? Why do you think?
To make your stories more entertaining.
Very good. So why do you think the teacher makes you do this? What's the point?
So understand how to like draw conclusions and stuff like that.
Entonces, ¿por qué es importante saber esto? Do a vocabulary like this.
To show an understanding of vocabulary words and or criteria. Well, then widens your vocabulary, so, and therefore widens your understanding of complex literature.
What's the point of that? Why do you do that?
We do it because so we can know what main ideas are, topics are. Learning that because we're scientists and we're trying to learn what the properties of an apple is and to figure out what you can describe it.
Okay.
Because it describes the paragraph more and it takes out all the things that don't really care.
Very well said. Last question. What do you
Quiero preguntarles para qué es importante saber la sílaba atómica.
Porque no lo puedes decir como pediría, porque luego el señor dice ¿qué?
Saber la sílaba
Pegajosa, pegajosa.
¿Eso qué es? Es lo que acabas de hacer.
Es para mirar cuántas sílabas tiene, como pegajosa, 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 y dicen cuántas sílabas tiene.
¿Por qué es importante saber la sílaba?
Porque necesitas saberlo para poder ser bien de escritoría.
Why is it important to have adjectives?
Because if you only say like, they would be trees, it wouldn't be a really good story.
Same school, same day, sometimes the same classroom. Add that up times 180 days. Some kids know what they're supposed to learn and will likely learn it. Some kids have no idea what they're supposed to learn and probably won't learn it. We cut those videos in his office. We went back to the staff at the end of the day with a PD session. We showed these 2 videos and we said, are we structuring inequality? Did we create inequality because of our actions? And one of the first comments that someone made in the room was, I set the purpose, they didn't get it. And that's true. Every single classroom we were in, there was a clear learning target on the wall. The teacher talked about it. For some reason, some of the kids just didn't get it. So we said, absolutely, you're all doing your job. It's amazing. Salt Creek is an amazing place. We got out of program improvement. We perform above 800 on the API. It's great. But what do we need to do next for those kids? How do we make sure every single kid at Salt Creek knows what they're supposed to learn? That's our job. And then we align our instruction to that learning target. I'm going to give you a few minutes to talk to each other. What are you seeing in these 2 videos? And what commitments will you make about purpose-driven instruction in your own class? If you don't know each other at your table yet, please introduce yourself. You're going to be sitting with these people all day.
I'm good at speaking Spanish in 1st grade or 2nd grade if we're learning at school. No way. No way.
Oh, you're right.
That was home learned Spanish.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear her speak English.
You know what?
I hope hope you think about having a purpose, a daily learning target, as something that drives our work. See, I want to work in a school system that has less about compliance and more about commitment. Because I think commitment to our learners, they have the right to know what they're supposed to learn today, why they're learning it, and how they will be judged. That's in the Students' Bill of Rights where I work. That's an important part. It's not because someone somewhere else told us we should do this. It's because it's effective for learners. There's a whole section of that chapter on that if you want to read more about how to put together the purpose, the content, and the language and stuff like that. I'm going to move on to modeling and demonstrating. The second half of that chapter on Access Point 1 is around making our thinking clear in front of students. Now we could do math modeling and writing modeling, but today we're going to do reading modeling. And some of the things I think about that we could model for our students. We could model factors that make the text complex in the first place. Have you all done 3-part text complexity model already? Common Core, Anchor, Standard 10, quantitative, qualitative. Have you done this work? Have you looked at what makes text complex qualitatively? No. Okay, we're going to do that today. So things like the narrator, the genre, the sentence structure contribute to the complexity of a text. If that's what you need to model, you have to model that kind of thinking for students. We open up our brains and we share our own thinking with students. Not for very many minutes. They get bored with it. And we invite them in. But modeling is really important because it lets students hear more complex thinking than they probably engage in on their own. It's short bursts of modeling. Like I write in front of students almost every day. But my laptop projector, I project with my laptop, I compose and I talk about my composing process. I read, I talk about what I think about when I read. Short bursts of modeling. So I could model the factors of complexity that we'll come back to in a little bit. I could model my own comprehension. Things like predicting and summarizing and questioning and inferring, monitoring, visualizing. I can monitor those processes and talk about it. I could model word solving. What happens when you come to an unknown word? You know, in elementary school, they have a poster from the last adoption that says, when you come to an unknown word, skip it. That's what it says. I promise if I walked to your elementary schools, I could find that poster somewhere in this district. And I would like you all, middle school, high school people, mostly in this room, to recommend to your elementary people to tear that down, burn it, shred it, whatever. It's bad advice to tell a kid, skip it. Do you have any struggling readers in your school system? A couple of them here and there. So think about this. You're saying to a kid, when you come to a word you don't know, skip it. And the kid's not a very good reader. And you've just said, you don't have to work on this. You have permission. Skip it. So what do you think these struggling readers do? Skip that, skip that, skip, oh, skip the whole thing. You gave me permission. Here, have it back. That's a bad idea. When you come to a word you don't know, there are 3 things you can do. Number 1, you can look inside the word. Word parts, morphology, prefix, suffix, roots, base, cognates, families. If that doesn't work, you can look outside the word. Context clues and resources. It's a habit we need to develop in our modeling. We say to kids, I'm going to look inside the word, I'm going to look outside the word. I'm going to look inside the word to look at prefix, suffix, roots, base, cognates, and families. I'm going to look outside the word for context clues. There are 5 types of context clues. Or resources, asking someone else, looking on the internet, looking it up. There are ways that readers figure out unknown words. By the way, there's now a standard in that. You know that? I heard you all did unpacking and repacking and stuff with the highlighting and circling verbs and nouns and right? There's a whole standard just on word solving. We've never had that standard in California before. It's now a language standard that kids have to know what to do when they come to an unknown word. And I promise you, it's going to be on the Smarter Balance assessment, on our upcoming assessment. I promise you. So if you haven't thought about this, you've done a lot of work on the content, I'm told. There are 32 language arts standards, right? Is that true? Some people count 42 because informational versus narrative. There are 2 standards you can't test. Write a lot, read a lot. That's hard to test, right? There are 2 we probably won't test. Production of ideas, the presentation stuff's hard to test. So 28 testable standards. 4 of those standards are vocabulary. Last year, in the old days, how many vocabulary standards did we have in California? We already forgot our California standards from the past. That's so awesome. They are so dead to us now, right? So we had half a standard on vocabulary in the past. Our last year's standard said vocabulary and word analysis. Word analysis still exists in the standards in the foundational skills. We had half a standard on vocabulary. Now we're going to 4 standards on vocabulary. 4 out of 28 testable standards are on vocabulary. Do you think there might be some vocabulary items on the next assessment? That's a huge percent of our standards devoted to vocabulary. And it can't just be the English teachers who are doing this work, right? We gotta go, thank you. Everybody has to work with words. If you know the words, you have a concept. Then we can look at depth of concept, we can have a whole conversation, but if you know a word, you have a concept. So word solving is an important part of vocabulary, what to do when you come to an unknown word. We also have to teach vocabulary, but that's a different thing. Text structures, things like problem solution, cause and effect. Those are all things that readers notice when they read. And the last one, text features. Things like graphs, charts, diagrams, bold words, all the things that got added to improve your comprehension. Those are all things we can possibly model. If you want to do sticky notes to keep track of this, the modeling stuff starts on page 27. There's a little bulleted list in the middle. It's a little sticky on that. Model that which is difficult for students, that's what we're talking about. Model ways to resolve problems, model how you interact with text, think aloud, and shared readings. There's a few pages on each of those that you probably want to look at if you want to see modeling. And while you're at it, you got 27? Good. Flip to page 34. These are the tips for a think aloud. What makes a really good think aloud? Which is a form of modeling. It's just one type of modeling, is a think aloud. I wish we could rename this, but think alouds are about 50 years old in the research base. I wish we could rename it think along. Because when really good teachers do this, the kids can't help themselves. They add to the conversation. You're like, I'm thinking about this word and what the word, I was watching a history teacher who was doing this, and he was saying, nationalism. Nationalism. So I know ism is a belief in something. So it must be, and this kid goes, a belief in our nation. That's a think along, where kids' brains are tending with us. But the research calls it a think aloud. So that protocol, those ideas there on that page are useful. We're going to practice this. We're going to look at a piece of text from Discover magazine. Discover magazine publishes factual information. The title of this article is What Happened to Phineas? Attend the tale of Phineas Gage, honest, well-liked by friends and fellow workers on the Rutland and Burlington railroads. Gage was a young man of exemplary character and promise until one day, in September 1848. While tamping down the blasting powder for a dynamite charge, Gage inadvertently sparked an explosion. The inch-thick tamping rod rocketed through his cheek, obliterating his left eye on his way through his brain and out the top of his skull. That's our piece of text. We're going to practice modeling on this. I would like this to be a partner conversation, not an entire table conversation. So if you are the person in your partnership sitting closer to that wall or that wall, depending on your position, you're the one talking. If you are sitting closer to that wall or this wall, you are the listener. Now I said a partner conversation. You do not need to call me over and say what to do when there are 5. You may have one group of 3 and one group of 2. Now what I don't want is a whole group of 5. So I want the smallest number of partners, and if you have one odd-numbered 3, that works for me, don't call me over. What I want you to say, the person sitting on this wall or this wall, I would like to say, on this paragraph, I could model blank because. For example, I could model predicting because I think it's reasonable that he's going to die from this injury. Because I know something that when things go through your brain, it can be life-threatening from my personal experiences. Not me personally, but things I read. So this wall person and this wall person, turn to your partner, I could model blank because. Some people model comprehension, thank you. Did some people model word solving? Thank you. Some people model things like text features or text structures. All those work, right? There's not just one right answer of what you can model for students. Right? There's a lot you can model. What do your students need to hear from you? That's what you should be modeling. What do they need to learn next? This piece of text has all kinds of possibilities for modeling. What do those students in front of you need to hear from your thinking? Now when I think of modeling, and you can look at this and read more about it, it starts with an I statement. Not a you statement and not a we statement. I statement. I can make the following prediction. It also includes meta-comprehension or meta-cognition. Because, why, or how. I can visualize this in my mind because the author told me these three things. That's what modeling sounds like. I and because. That's what I'm looking for. I chose this piece of text in this room to make a different point, though. I'm an English teacher. Many of you in here are English teachers. That first sentence throws us off. I told you it was from a magazine that publishes factual information, but the authors chose to start the text, attend the tale. Doesn't that sound like a tall tale? Attend the tale of Paul Bunyan? So isn't your brain already saying, I don't think this is really true, it's an exaggeration, the author's taking liberty? But the source tells us it's factual information. So there's that weird tension right there. I suspect most history teachers don't think that. Most history teachers go to the date. 1848. And what history teachers do is contextualize. They say, why is the author writing about railroads in 1848? What was going on? Their brains do a lot of contextualizing. That's part of the characteristics of historians. They contextualize, and they source, and they corroborate. They look for confirming evidence. English teachers don't tend to do that. That's why kids need to hear this kind of thinking all day long in different classes. And I suspect if a science teacher read this, they wouldn't do either of those two things. They would immediately go to anatomy and physiology. Went in here, came out here, something important in between, right? One part of the brain got damaged, and they go immediately to anatomy and physiology. I am not saying that students should hear the same piece of text read all day long by their teachers. That would be super boring. What I am saying is that our disciplines should come through for students when we read. When we model, we should think like historians and scientists and mathematicians and English critics and art critics. We should allow our disciplinary expertise to come through as we think. Second paragraph. The rod landed several yards away and Gage fell back in a convulsive heap. Yet a moment later, he stood up and spoke. His fellow workers watched aghast, then drove him by ox cart to a hotel where a local doctor, one John Harlow, dressed his wounds. As Harlow stuck his index fingers in the holes in Gage's face and head until their tips met, the young man inquired when he would be able to return to work. Now, this wall partner or this wall partner, turn to your partner and say, I would model X because, on this paragraph. Text should tell us what to model. What do our students need to hear? What is the text offering us? There is an old curriculum in California that has like 4 weeks of summarizing and then 4 weeks of visualizing and then 4 weeks of questioning. There's no research for that. You all know this, right? That's a really bad idea. Does that mean you don't like say to students, I'm going to teach you how to summarize today? No, that's a targeted focus skill. But when you read a text and model, things happen in your brain. You don't just say, the only thing I'm doing is predicting. That doesn't make any sense, right? Your modeling does happen. There's research on that. Steve Stahl has done a lot of studies on that about the need to integrate comprehension, not just focus on one thing at a time. But my best evidence comes from Bakersfield. Have you heard of it? Bakersfield. I was in a middle school in Bakersfield many years ago. And this is at the height of the comprehension strategy instruction time where everybody was doing predicting, summarizing, questioning, clarifying. Remember we used to have like 4-week-long units. Remember those days? And at the height of this time, early 2000, and maybe 2002 maybe, I don't remember. And I was in a middle school classroom, and the kids were all sitting and they were doing reading. They had books in front of them, they were reading. And they had little worksheets next to them. And I'm sitting next to this young man, and the bell dings. And he stops reading, and he fills out the worksheet. And I say to him, "What are you doing?" And he said, "Predicting." What? So I'm looking around, everywhere on the wall is predicting. How to predict, what to predict, predict. So I'm like, we're in a 4-week unit on predicting, right? Everything's predicting. And I don't know about you, but when bells ring, I don't just automatically predict. Do you all do that? Hey, a bell ring, predict, right? That's not how it works for readers. In fact, there are times in a text where you shouldn't make a prediction. It would be the wrong thing to do at that time. But that's what was happening. Random times the bell would ding and the kids would have to stop reading and make a prediction. The kid I was sitting next to was reading Stone Fox. Do any of you know this book? It's not a surprise the dog dies, right? There's lots of clues in the beginning of this book, right? So the kid's maybe halfway through. He says, "What are you doing predicting?" So I say to him, "What are you predicting?" And I think we're going to have this awesome conversation about dead dogs, right? I'm like, here's something going. I taught 4th grade one time, a long time ago, and I thought it'd be a really good idea to do the entire genre study on dead dog books. You know there are lots of them, right? It was a really bad idea. And then I brought out like the 4th book in the series of books we were going to read, and this kid named Tino, who's now graduated high school, Tino said, "Is this dog going to die? Because if it is, I'm leaving." That was the end of that genre study, the dead dog. So anyway, I know this dog is going to die because I've read this book, right? And it's sad and it tugs at our hearts, and Disney got us to personify animals. I get all this, right? So there I am. I'm saying, "What are you predicting?" And this kid looks up at me and he says, "Everything, man." His whole world is about predicting. And I'll tell you, the moment that 4-week unit's over, we have beat predicting out of him, and he will never, ever want to do this again. And that's what I'm worrying about. Our modeling, our work with students has to be way more flexible. It's not just curricularizing comprehension. And I worry that we're going to do that under Common Core, curricularize the text complexity. We have to know what the text is offering here. There's lots of good things you could model in this paragraph. 3rd paragraph. Within 2 months, the physical organism that was Phineas Gage had completely recovered. He could walk, speak, and demonstrate normal awareness of his surroundings, but the character of the man did not survive the tamping rush journey through his brain. In place of the diligent, dependable worker stood a foul-mouthed and ill-mannered liar, given to extravagant schemes that were never followed through. Gage said his friends was no longer Gage. If I could call the author, I'd say, "Author, could you please tell me, in the next couple paragraphs, how did this guy Phineas survive a penetrating brain injury?" Because what I think about is if it goes through your brain, it's going to kill you. So you need to tell me, I'd love it if you would tell me, how he survived. And number 2, can you tell me for how much longer he lived? Because I know there's some medical miracle 24-hour things like how did that person survive, but they don't survive for long. So those are the things I'm wondering about. This well person, back to your first person. Could you ask a question of your partner that you hope the author answers next? What's the question on your mind that you would like answered next? I wanted to show you these questions to make sure I said, when we're modeling for students, it doesn't have to be all teacher taught. Here's an example. Now try it on. So it doesn't, what I think gets too rigid is, I'm modeling for 12 minutes, don't you dare talk to each other because I'm modeling. It's like, here's some modeling, now try it on, come back to me, now back to you, back to me. That's what modeling should really feel like. More of a think-along process than uninterrupted teacher time. So I want to think about that. I want to make a couple of connections for you. You know where Vista is? And you know where Truckee is, right? Got your geography in mind? So this kid went to Vista High School. He was a construction worker working in Truckee, California. He was on a ladder with a drill and an 18-inch drill bit. He got wobbly on the ladder. He threw the tool and then attempted to stabilize himself but fell off the ladder. If you don't want to look at the picture, close your eyes. Here is the newspaper article from 2004. You can see his teeth right there and his eye socket. The drill went through his head. He survives the injury, if you could read that. But his personality changed. Ill-mannered, not a nice guy to be around. Are you seeing the connection, 1848, 2004? So people can survive these injuries. But under what conditions? What makes someone survive someone else not survive? That's fascinating to me. There's a guy named Patrick, also a construction worker, nail gunning the floor. And he loses one of the nails. And it goes nail gunning the floor. And he finishes his day of work. In fact, 6 days later, he has a toothache. And he goes to the dentist. 6 days later, did I say that already? 6 days later, he went to the dentist. He damaged his prefrontal cortex, his executive functioning. So he didn't recognize there was an injury until his tooth started hurting. He's alive, he's fine, and his personality has changed. So look at all the evidence we have that when you damage certain parts of your brain, it can change your personality. There's this awesome middle school book, Phineas Gage, A Gruesome but True Story About Brain Science. It's about the central nervous system told through a biography of Phineas Gage. One of the most important people in medical history, at least in neurology, is this man, because his injury proved to the world there was localized brain function. The different parts of our brain do different things. Before his injury, the general theory was called the whole brain. The whole brain theory. Our whole brain did everything. We now understand localized function. He's super important. He lived 13 years. He died in 13 years. He had a seizure. They buried him, but his doctor convinced the family to dig him up because his skull was so important for medical history. So they dug him up, and inside the coffin was the railroad rod that went through his skull. He had it engraved with the date of the injury, his name. He slept with it. He carried it every day. He was obsessed with it. He talked to it. His wife left him after 6 months. He got voted out of 2 towns. They had a town hall meeting, you out. 2 times in his life in Massachusetts. Not a nice guy. And the reason that the Damasios were writing the article that we read the first 3 paragraphs of, they believed that the reason he survived was the railroad rod was so hot and that it was perfectly aimed to not sever the brain stem. And it cauterized straight through instantly. Because we know you can survive the injury, right? We've seen other proof of that. But in 1848, you couldn't survive the infection. Doctors did not routinely wash their hands, and they certainly did not have latex gloves. So when John Harlow was sticking his fingers in the holes until their tips met, they were probably dirty and ungloved. This is still on display at Harvard Medical School's library. You can still go to the library and you can see his skull and the railroad rod that went through it. That was so hot, it perfectly cauterized. Just a super lucky injury not to kill him. Now, why do I tell you all this? Look at you all. Right? When the slide of the x-ray went in, some of you went like this. That's a think-along. What you're experiencing, that suspending disbelief, that paying close attention, that your mind is wandering into my world. Whatever else is going on for you, you put that aside to think about this guy. That's what modeling should do for your students. It should invite them in. Now, it doesn't have to be all blood and guts, but it has to be interesting enough for students to suspend their disbelief. We have to make it interesting enough that students say, yeah, I don't actually think like that. I can't really read this super hard, but what you're saying is very interesting to me. And just like you all, they start leaning in. They want to get a little closer. That's what we want to accomplish with modeling. I want to show you a very short clip. This is a chemistry teacher. It's only 2 minutes long. I just want to show you this should happen in all of our classrooms. I know most of us in this room are English language arts people, but we have responsibility. I think that's true. We have responsibility to help everyone that comes in contact with students to engage in these reading practices. So let's watch Angie for a couple of minutes.
Now let's look at the first sort of couple paragraphs together, and then I'm going to let y'all try the next ones. So if I look at the first, it says, in the United States, we take for granted calling it just another old wives' tale. So, old wives' tale. I start to think about, okay, what are some other examples of old wives' tale? Maybe standing in the rain makes you sick, right? Or when it's cold outside, it's sick. Do we know if any of those things are true, or do we just hear our grandmas and our moms say them to us, right? So that's why we're investigating this eating carrots. Then I look at, but the claim that eating carrots is good for the eyes is not exactly baseless. So now I think about this word baseless, and it says not. Okay, so they're kind of doing double negatives for us here. It's not baseless, which means that it must have some sort of base. So now just initially from reading the title and this first paragraph, I'm seeing that there's some doubt in the claim, but also that there might be something supporting it. Okay, so if I look into the second paragraph, it says carrots are high in beta-carotene, a component of vitamin A, which is critical to normal vision. Oh, so now a light bulb goes on. I'm starting to see carrots are related to vision. But let's see if they have any evidence for that. It says, it's no coincidence that in countries where rice is a dietary staple, but carrots and other sources of vitamin are scarce, poor vision is rampant. Okay, so I'm seeing now that there's some evidence here. It's saying in countries where there are not a lot of carrots, there's a lot of poor vision. So in my sheet, I would write here my evidence, poor vision is found in countries without carrots. Very simplified, right? Obviously written in some much better terms here, okay? That's my evidence. That's what they're showing us as a piece of data, right? They're not giving us exact numbers, but data that they are related. The reasoning, remember, we talked about yesterday was the why. How is this related to this claim? How is the evidence related? Well, in the first sentence, they're giving us this reasoning. They're telling us that carrots have vitamin A, which is critical to normal vision. So my reasoning would go here. Carrots have vitamin A, which is necessary for normal vision. So, as you're seeing, we've taken a claim, we're looking at the evidence to support it, as well as the reasoning connected. As you notice, there are a few more paragraphs, and you should be able to find evidence not only for, but also against this claim. And so I would like you to now read through and start to look and see if you can find any evidence that supports or refutes the claim.
Now that's a chemistry teacher, and a lot of people say, that sounds like what English teachers do. Evidence, claim, refute. Does that sound familiar to any of us from our English language arts class? Imagine if the students got that kind of brief think aloud in their history classes, and in their science classes, and in their English language arts classes. That what we do is we look for evidence to make our claims more valid. That's what we're trying to accomplish with our think alouds. We're showing students how to think through a piece of text. And this is newish to the chemistry teachers and the history teachers. That's not what they've done in the past. But we're all here working to make sure kids can read at those high levels. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to talk about Angie's class. What did you notice? What advice would you give your chemistry teacher or this chemistry teacher to improve her work? What do you appreciate about what she did with her students? Talk for a few minutes about what you saw. Is that on your to-do list that you make when you go to professional development? In your classroom, in your grade level, in your department, in your schools? On your to-do list would be, do we have purpose-driven instruction? Do we have a commitment to that? That's one of my to-do list items so far. Number 2, are students getting modeling? Do they hear the academic language and thinking from their teachers in short bursts? So they get to hear how someone else problem solves, figures things out. Those are the first 2 things on the to-do list. So think through that. And maybe your school, grade, department, district is already way ahead on modeling. What I see is as we've implemented Common Core in San Diego, we see less teacher modeling because most people are focused on things like close reading. So I want to make sure we don't lose our attention on modeling, because how will they know how to talk to each other in a group as they read a complex piece of text if they never hear the thinking from an expert? It doesn't need to be 40 minutes of modeling. It needs to be short doses, because students start to apprentice that language in their groups. So some short examples of modeling. This next access point I'm going to go really fast on. I just want to make a point that we should still have kids read things. Close reading, the risk of close reading is They read fewer things, fewer total words, and they read them over and over deeply, but total volume decreases. So I want to just recognize, and Nancy and I wrote a whole chapter on it, volume still matters. Don't throw those babies out either. We've got to get kids reading enough words. The correlational data is pretty impressive. About 1 million words a year, and you get in the 75th percentile just from reading. Lots of stuff. The data is pretty clear. There's an article out called The Matthew Effect in Reading. It's several years old. And they look at all the studies of how many total words a reader reads and what their achievement is. And it doesn't matter which achievement test they're using, in which state. Total volume matters. We've got to have kids reading volume. So let's make sure that students are still doing lots and lots of reading. It's not just about hard text read slowly. It's about hard text read slowly and then applying that to text that you can read and that you are reading and that you're reading longer text. I just want to point that out. I also want to point out that these Common Core standards require really, really good instruction. Really high quality instruction. I think high quality instruction looks like this. I think this is what good instruction looks like. So I'm going to spend a few minutes on this. Nancy and I drew these triangles some time ago. Some of you might have seen our triangles. They've been around for a while. They appear everywhere on the internet and stuff like that. The mistake people make when they see this is they think we mean that you must start with focus, then go guided, then go collaborative, then go independent. We've never said that and we've never written that. Can you picture a lesson starting with an independent task? Journal writing, bell work. Yeah, could you start a lesson with a collaborative task? Yes. I do believe that all 4 of these have to be present in every lesson. The most common question I get after the order, what order they occur in, which is, I don't know, whatever order you want to accomplish what you ask your students to learn. The most common question I get after that is, can I do 2 of these today and then 2 of them tomorrow because I only have 48 minutes or whatever? And my answer is, sure you can. If you don't want students to learn anything, do whatever you want. What I absolutely know is that we got to close the loop. Now the independent on a given day might be 1 minute of an exit slip. And you use the bulk of the time for collaborative. On another day, 40% of the minutes might be an independent task because you're asking them to write an essay. They should still know what they're supposed to be learning. They should still hear some of your thinking and have some time to talk to other people every single day. So here's what I think about. And some of you have come down to the school where I work and you see this. This is what we do every single day. So I'll start with collaborative today. So I just want to reinforce that we start with focus and then down. So I'll start with collaborative. Collaborative is student-to-student interaction, using academic language. That's what I'm looking for. Students talking to each other using our language. We call it the language of the lesson. Whatever language you're using in the lesson, that's the language we want kids to use. Do you have any English learners in your district? They speak Spanish? Some? And you all speak Spanish, right? If it were easy to learn a language from listening to a language, every person in this room would speak Spanish by now. We hear it all the time. No one, not our students, not ourselves, none of us learn a language from listening to a language. We learn a language when we produce a language. We've got to get kids talking more. Same in history. No one learns to think like a historian from listening to other people think like historians. They have to engage in that practice, or science, or math, or literary criticism, or whatever we're teaching. Students need time to talk to each other. In our school district, we set a goal. That's an important word, goal. So if you're an administrator, write that down and underline it twice. Goal. Not rule, not policy, not regulation, not teacher evaluation criteria. A goal that 50% of the instructional minutes averaging over a week are student-to-student interaction. Hard to accomplish. That's why it's a goal. If it was easy to accomplish, like we said 10%, we could make it a rule. It is hard to hit the 50%. We think about it, we talk about it in our PLCs all the time. How can we get kids doing more of the work collaboratively with their peers? So we aim for 50%. By the way, I was with Tim Canold. I think that's how he says his last name. Canold, the math guy, one of the authors of the Math Common Core State Standards. We were at the PLC Institute, last March. He was talking to like 2,000 people in an auditorium. I don't really know him. I was in the audience. He said in front of these people, as the author, one of the authors of the Common Core, you cannot reach these standards unless 65% of the instructional minutes are student-to-student interaction. So go tell your math teachers, they gotta get kids talking to each other, right? That's hard for the math teachers. It's hard enough. And I'm sitting in the audience thinking, so the math guy wants 65% talk, and the language arts guy said 50%. How could I be lower than the math guy? So I stood up and said, I will see your 65, I will raise you to 75. I didn't really do that. I hope you're hearing that we're trying to get a huge percent of the minutes, student-to-student interaction. I'm not saying it's easy. We will talk more about collaborative learning. I am saying it's super important to get kids talking to each other using academic language and producing work for you. If I go to guided instruction, guided instruction is about prompting students, cueing students, and questioning students. It's about making sure students are doing cognitive work with support from you. It's part of that releasing responsibility. It's really hard to do guided instruction well in a whole class situation. Very hard. Here's what happens. I have my students, I ask a question, check for understanding. Students volunteer, I call on students, however it works. The answer is wrong. It's wrong. I am very likely to give a direct explanation, to tell the kid the answer. For a lot of good reasons. The bell is ringing in 6 minutes, I don't have time to deal with this. Or, I don't want to lose control of the rest of the class by helping process that. For whatever good reason, I give a direct explanation. When I do that to a student, over and over and over and over and over again, I will create learned helplessness. There has never been a child born in the history of the world with learned helplessness. But do you have any of them in your classrooms? So they weren't born with it. What happened? Well-meaning adults, parents and teachers, well-meaning adults, rescue kids and tell them the answers. And they become highly dependent. And they wait you out. And they say things to you all like, is it right? And then you'll start to do an explanation, some thinking, no, 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 I just want to know if it's right. Have you ever had a kid say that to you? That's learned helplessness. When you start on your prompting and cueing and their eyes go away from you, have you ever seen that? Learned helplessness. They have learned that eventually you will tell them the answer. And they will wait you out for it. It's hard to undo. That's why whole class guided instruction is difficult. Because we run the risk of either letting the error linger with a direct explanation or losing control of the whole class. Because if I start the prompting and the cueing and the questioning with one student, I could turn the class into individual helping, and the other kids misbehave, don't they? They start texting in their pants, right? They do. Because they don't even have to look, right? And now I'm like individual helping, and I'm like, wait, where are your hands? Put your hands on the table, right? That's what happens. So we have to get way better. We spent an entire year of PD just on how to do guided instruction well, whole class. It's hard to do. I almost never do it. Nancy, my teaching partner, does it a lot. She's way better at whole class guided instruction than I am. I fall in the trap. Kids know they can ask me a question, and if it's interesting to me, I am bird walking. They know this, and if they don't want to do what I've asked them to do, they start asking me interesting questions. And so, Nancy, you know, she's on me. So, guided instruction is around prompting and cueing and questioning. It is hard work. It is hard work to shift responsibilities to learners, and you have to wait them out. And they don't like it in the beginning of the year, especially if they've had teachers who rescue them. It's hard work. I'm just acknowledging that. We're going to come back to that. Focused instruction, back up to the top. I already talked about that with you. That's purpose and modeling. We call it focused instruction so that we're remembering to be very centered and focused on what the learning target is today. And the last one, independent learning, is when students apply or practice what we've been teaching them. It's an important part of any lesson plan has what they will do with this information or knowledge at the end. I think in my own clarification of independent, we should look at replication and application. And I used to be mostly an application person for independent, like kids should apply what I've been teaching them. But I started thinking about the balance between replication and application. Replication is, you just did it, they're just going through the motions. The whole point of replication is to improve speed, fluency, also called automaticity. If I get kids to increase automaticity, I free up working memory. So I think we need to think about which of our assignments are around replication, which are designed to improve fluency and automaticity, and which of our assignments are around application. And there needs to be a tension. Do my students need more replication, or do they need more application? Okay, so this is the part where some people get mad at me in the room. So, disclaimer, you're not all going to like this. You may love it, you may hate it. We're going to talk about homework for a minute. Homework comes prematurely in the instructional cycle. If I just taught you something, tonight is not the right night for homework on that something. Now, when I said that a couple years ago to a superintendent's roundtable, a superintendent in the room stood up, cursed at me with bad words, and walked out. And sent me an email, American kids are not working hard enough. I said, delete. You know, what am I supposed to say? You didn't even hear me out. You got mad and you left. I'm not engaging in this. So let me press this with you. If I don't think there are many math teachers, if any in here. So if I just taught you how to calculate slope, or your nightmare, I taught you how to do regression analysis for your statistics for your master's degree program, right? Did I have a little flashback there for you? Yeah. So I just taught you how to do it, and I'm going to give you 15 odd-numbered problems to do tonight. It is 9:15 in the morning. When might you do this practice? How many hours from now? 12, okay? Yeah. If you're a teenager, 16 hours from now. Anybody going to do it tomorrow morning during English before they go to math? Yeah. See? Anybody not going to do it? See? This is what happens to kids. If we give them instant application homework that's on brand new content, 1 of 4 profiles emerge. And if you want to look at this, you want to read our study on this, it's called Homework and the Graduate Release of Responsibility. It's on our website. We interviewed 150 kids about their homework practices on instant application homework, things they were just taught. 4 kinds of kids emerged. Number 1, the kid that we dream about. The kids we think we have in our classroom. The kids for whom the curriculum writers write curriculum. These kids take the homework home. Mom clears off the dining room table in a well-lit environment, hovering, ready to scaffold baking chocolate chip cookies. Right? Right? You know this, right? And some of you are that mom with your own personal children, right? Because you know the value of school. So that kid gets extensive scaffolding at home, does the homework correctly, takes it to school the next day, hands it in. It's neat, it's clean, it's correct. The teacher says, I am an amazing teacher. I have data that I can move on. Kid type 2 takes the homework home, doesn't do it. The teacher records the 0. There is no data that the student didn't understand it, so the class moves on. Right? We say things like, that kid doesn't care about school, that kid is lazy, the parents don't care. We have no idea why the kid didn't do the homework. Competing priorities, childcare, no physical space, much less cognitive space to do homework. There's all kinds of reasons. I don't know how to do it. I gave it a try and got so frustrated that I broke the pencil and went to bed. I mean, we don't know why. We just give the 0, we move on. Kid type 3. These are the kids who give it a try out of respect for us and do a bunch of it incorrectly. And they hand it to you the next day, and it's all wrong. Now you have data. They didn't understand it. So you reteach yesterday's stuff because the data's there. And then you cram the new stuff into fewer minutes, and then you give homework on that they don't know how to do. So the next day you go and review again. And we dig such a big hole that by March we say to people, I cannot possibly cover these standards, because a significant percentage of our minutes are spent in review of misunderstood content. Practice does not make perfect. Practice makes permanent. We're sending kids home with things they don't know how to do. They're giving it a try out of respect for us, and we're ending up with a huge number of minutes in reteaching. Kid type 4. This was me in high school. We copy from other people. Nancy doesn't like it when I say that. She says I should say I outsource my homework. Which I did. I grew up on Viejas. Do any of you know San Diego at all? Viejas, pretty far east. I went to Valhalla High School, which is an hour and 20-minute bus ride each direction. When I grew up, we did not have to go to high school. My sister did not go to high school. My mom decided I would go to high school, so I was on an hour and 20-minute bus ride. I was not prepared to be in algebra. I did not have enough math background. So every night we would get these odd-numbered problems to do. I couldn't do them. So I copied from Rob Sonato on the bus. It made the teacher super happy, because every day I'd have my homework done. And I failed every single test. Every Friday there was a test in algebra, I failed every one of them. There was no RTI, so I took the F at progress, I took the F at semester, I took the F at year, and I took the F at summer school. I got all Fs. And my mom got my progress report and she said, "You're passing all your classes, you're not passing algebra, why not?" And I said, "I don't know. He's really good at algebra, I watch him do it every day." Did you hear the spectator sport part of this? That's not working from my knowledge base. Those kids, out of respect, because if I didn't care about school, I'd take the 0. But my quality of life decreases when teachers call my mother. So I copied the homework, because I was trying to do something to please the teacher so he would not call my mom. And I want you to think through that. I am not a homework hater. If you come to our school, you will see kids get homework. We give homework, but our homework is spiral review. It is familiar content that they are continuing to practice all year long. The very first unit that we teach in 9th grade English is around plagiarism. Attribution of sources, what is plagiarism, what is not plagiarism, what's the difference between quoting and paraphrasing. That's our very first unit of 9th grade. And my students have homework all year long on preventing plagiarism. Do you think that's reasonable for 9th graders? You know how easy it is to right click and copy and put it in your paper? Right? They have homework all year long. The second unit that we do is on argumentation. How to build an argument. Do you think they're getting homework on that still in January? Of course they are. It's spiraling back in time. So I give homework. Anything that builds the students' fluency or practice of familiar has a good research base in homework. What we don't have solid is instant application. Now some of you disagree with me, I get that. I'm okay with that. Talk to the people at your table about what you think about either all of this instruction or specifically my comments on homework. Thank you. So now on your to-do list, purpose-driven, modeling, and think about homework policies. What are we doing with homework policies? Is our homework allowing students to practice and improve, or is it blocking their learning and causing us significant amounts of reteaching time? Now I know that homework and grading are the two topics that are like off the table when I go to conversation. Like, I cannot believe he's talking about homework or grading. Those are like so private and so personal, but we need to have this conversation. It is. People get really upset with me about grading and homework policies. So I want you to just put it on your to-do list that you're going to rethink or think about homework policies and are they serving your students' growth? Their growth, not their control, their practice. Are they growing? With that, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back from the 15-minute break, we're going to talk scaffolded reading, close reading, which is what most people want me to talk about. But I want you to know it fits in a larger instruction. See you in 15 minutes. That's 20. Thank you. Wow. So we worked on purpose, we worked on modeling, we acknowledged that kids should read a lot of stuff and they need high quality instruction. Now we're going to go into a little tiny bit of high quality instruction called close to scaffolded reading. It's a tiny bit of all the things that we should be doing with our students. My purpose for this part of our day is that you will leave here with a very clear understanding of the critical components of a close reading. What does it mean when someone says close reading? What are the essential components of it? And you recognize that we do close reading with complex text, right? There's no reason to do close reading with easy text, right? That would be a waste of time. Close readings require collaborative conversations, and then students are expected to write from the sources. after they've read. These 5 standards are our transition standards. That doesn't mean they're more important than other standards. Our process in San Diego was, what are the standards that are going to give us the most impact instructionally for teachers? And we chose those 5. Reading 1, reading 10, writing 1, speaking and listening 1, language 6. Those are the 5 standards that we use to transition from California to Common Core. There's a reason for each of them. We can talk about that if you want later. Interestingly, San Diego we chose those 5 as our transition standards in April of 2011. We're early on the adoption. Some of our superintendents in North County said, the Common Core is going to go away, so we're just going to ignore it. They didn't. Interestingly, Chicago Public Schools in 2012 chose the same 5 standards as their transition standards, and New York City schools in the fall of 2012 chose the same 5. There's something about these 5 that cause a lot of shift in practice. It's not that they're more important or their priority or whatever else. They just help us transition to those Common Core standards, I think. So that's what we're going to work on. What are the critical components or essential components of post-reading lessons of complex text? How do we get kids talking to each other and writing from those sources using academic language? You've all read this standard? Standard 10? Read hard things? That's what it says. Read hard things. Were you surprised when you read the standard that Standard 10 said students should read proficiently and independently? We had that kind of a standard in California before, didn't we? We've always had standards in California that said kids should read proficiently and independently at grade level. So no one was surprised by this. What we are surprised by was how hard they defined the grade level. Not that they had grade level expectations. The standards call for a staircase. A direct quote out of the standards. That there's a staircase, grade by grade by grade. And where we are in January should be a step up or a couple up from where we were in September, but it's not where we'll be in May or June. It's a staircase. I hear some principals say to teachers, that text is not complex enough, you shouldn't be teaching it. It's October. I have all the way till June to get kids to that grade level band. That doesn't mean we're teaching way, way below, but I think we need to realize that this is a staircase. And reading doesn't develop in a linear fashion. It's more fits and starts. And sometimes we cycle back to build some background, and then we push into deeper. We'll talk more about that. The Common Core gave us a 3-part text complexity model. Some of you already had conversations about that. It's the quantitative and the qualitative and the reader and task. In the Common Core standards it says, here's the quantitative measures, here's the qualitative measures, here are the reader and task considerations. In lesson planning, I suggest you start at the bottom of the list and go up, not from the top of the list and down. When we plan a lesson, we say, is this lesson going to be teacher-led, peer-led, or independent? It's right in the standards in the appendix. Is it teacher-led, peer-led, or independent? That's where we start. What is the level of support that we're going to provide students? Then we go to, what do they need to learn about complex text? That's a qualitative dimension. We're going to talk more about qualitative dimensions. What do they need to learn about complex text? And then, can I find a piece of text that fits quantitatively that has those factors of complexity? The wrong way to do this is say, my grade level is a 10-10 Lexile, go to the library, find me some 10-10 books. That's not the right way to go about this. Is it teacher-led, peer-led, or independent? What do my students need to learn? Where's the text I can use to teach them that? These are the numbers. All I did last year was take the old Lexile levels, that's the gray bars, the old Lexile levels, and compare them to the new Lexile levels, what are called the Common Core stretch bands. Do you think they could have come up with a better name than that? Every time I say that, I flash Suzanne Summers. You know what I mean? She's a liar because she actually had liposuction, but she said the Fire Master did it. So every time I say that, I flash her. I don't mean to. I get a lot of questions and comments on this. So for example, one of the questions is, 960 used to start 9th grade. 960 is now in the 5th grade band. So it's not true, what I hear sometimes on the news, that Common Core raised the reading levels by about a year. Depends on what grade you're talking about. 5th grade, got a big jump. But remember, it's also in the middle school band, the 960. There's a lot of overlap. So we get kids higher in 5th grade, but then in 6th grade, we have room, right? The other question I get is why 1385? Why did they make the reading so hard? Nationally, we used to top out at 1220. Across the country, it was 1220 was our top out number. California said if you read at the 1150 Lexile level, you're a senior. That's senior reading, 1150. College freshman textbooks average at 1350. So apparently our plan has been in California. We graduate you reading 1150, and 3 months over the summer you need to acquire 200 Lexile points to go to college. All right? That's not a good plan. It seems reasonable to me to say when we finish K-12 education, the reading performance should be ready, they should be ready for their next task in the reading. There should be a lineup there. And some people say to me, well, not all my students are going to go to college. And my response to that is, the Certified Nurse's Assistant Manual, not the registered nurse, the Certified Nurse's Assistant Manual is 1440 Lexile. The Journeyman Electrician's Manual, to get the journeyman, to be a journeyman electrician, is in the 1500 Lexile. Any job that we can think of that pays a reasonable wage has a high level of reading expectation. That's just our world. College is 1350 to start. Some of the trades are in the 14 and 1500s. That's just the reality. For kids to be successful in those careers in that college, they have to read at higher levels. And if you don't know this statistic, this was very sobering for me, because I didn't know this. The California State University, the largest university system in the world, has a system-wide average of 50% dropouts. Half the kids that we send to the CSU, which is our top third, drop out. The bulk of them drop out in their freshman year, unable to do college level work. So we congratulate ourselves, our graduation rate, they got admitted to college, but half of them won't make it out the other side. And almost all of them will stop in the freshman year. And some of you are thinking in your mind, those college professors are lecturing at them, and midterm and final, and classes are 600 or whatever. They're boring. We're not going to change any of that today. What we can change is our students' ability to read the text that they are assigned to read in college. And all of us have to do that part to get kids to climb that staircase, to be ready to read in the 1300s or 1400s for their jobs. When people see these numbers, they often have like a little panic attack. And they say, my students can't read the text that they are currently assigned to read. What makes you think they're going to read harder text? In part, we've never asked them to read harder text. We haven't. In part, it's going to take good instruction. In part, it's going to take a couple of years. This is not a next Tuesday fix. It's also not a next September fix. It's going to take us a while to get kids to climb that staircase. But it's our expectation. If our expectation is 1150, that's what we reach. If our expectation is 1350, what are we going to do to reach it? Now, my superintendent and I had a conversation last summer, and we were talking about one more close reading training. Do I have to do one more close reading training in San Diego? And I said, I don't want to do any more of those. I think everybody knows this by now. I want to do perceptions trainings. I think one of our problems in San Diego is we have the perception that our students cannot reach those numbers. We have a perception problem. We look for confirming evidence that they can't read at these levels. It's a belief that we have. We have this big problem with our perceptions. We're doing all we can. They're reaching the highest level they can. It's a perception problem. And my superintendent argued with me. We had this whole conversation. And we ended up compromising. I could do 30 minutes of perception work in the close reading training, which worked for me, because at least we got to talk about perceptions. And the way I convinced her of this was the book I was reading at the time was on effective teams. What do we know about highly effective and productive teams? And the chapter on Colgate was fascinating to me. You know this company, Colgate? They didn't used to sell a lot of product. They were on the lower end of the market share. And they got together in their executive group and said, we need to have more products so we can make more money and make our shareholders more profit. And they designed a whole bunch of products. Some of them worked, some of them didn't work. But one product really worked and it made them a fortune. 13 years ago, they launched portable dental floss. I know it's hard for you to imagine, but once upon a time in the world, we did not have little tiny plastic boxes of dental floss that we could take out. It was the home quantity or toothpicks. Did you all know that? They launched this thing. And they taught us all that you never know when you're going to have a dental emergency, so you should have portable dental floss. I suspect that there are several of you in this room that have a little portable dental floss with you because the perception effort worked. And people started buying portable dental floss, little tiny boxes of it, right? And if you look at their ad campaigns were pretty powerful. It is disgusting when you have stuff in your teeth. It is gross when you have things in your teeth. And of course, the famous spinach in your teeth, right? Some of you right now are checking your teeth. They created an ad campaign that was so effective that they brought a whole new product that we already had. We already solved this problem, but they created a perception that we needed. And it worked. So could we do that in our schools? Could we change our perceptions? Could we think about it possible kids could read at 1350? If we don't believe it, there's no chance our students are going to do it. If we don't believe that our kids can read those levels, there's no way it's going to happen. Could you count her fingers for me? It's the same picture, you just didn't notice the data that were in front of you. Because I primed you to pay attention to something else. Could that be happening in our schools? That we're so primed to pay attention to something? We're so used to having kids read at certain levels that we don't think they can read at higher levels? Is that part of our perception? Where's that hand coming from? Kind of creepy, isn't it? Again, we don't notice things that we're not primed to pay attention to. How about his ears? Perceptions are reality. Our perceptions become our students' realities. If we don't believe that they can reach those levels and align everything we've got to that, there's no chance. And there will be winners and losers as we implement these new standards and new expectations. There are places where people absolutely believe their kids can reach it and they will align their resources to do it. And there are places where people say, you can't possibly, you don't know my students in the poverty and the this and the English learning that. And they say a story that becomes true. Because the stories we tell about our school, our experience, and our students become their reality. Those numbers, those quantitative numbers, are our new reality. That's what we have to expect out of our students. And part of the way we're going to get there is by analyzing the text that we haven't done in the past. What made the text complex in the first place? We haven't really done this work. If you look up page 9, it's not this pretty graphic version, it's a table. But all the words on that graphic are on that page 9. These are the factors of text complexity. The stuff inside the wheel is right out of Common Core, direct quote. Qualitative text complexity, 4 dimensions. The things in the boxes on the outside are either from Common Core or from people's research on qualitative aspects of complexity. What makes the text complex in the first place? We really haven't done this work in our profession. We choose books and we teach them because we like them, we think they fit a theme or a topic or whatever. Under this set of standards, we need to be able to analyze the text for its complexity and make sure students are taught all of those factors of complexity. Close reading starts with an analysis of the text to figure out what made it complex in the first place. What contributed? Is it the language the author used, the sentence structures and the register and stuff? Is it the background knowledge and the prior knowledge? Is it the density, how many ideas are coming in? What made this text complex? These are the factors that you can model. Remember I talked about factors of text complexity? These are them. You could model figurative language. You could model text features. You could model cultural knowledge. You can model that. And you can ask questions about the text for students based on what made it complex in the first place. So when we get to text-dependent questions in a little bit, this is how we start forming those questions, is on the information in Anchor Standard 10. And to take this a little further, I'm going to give you some example text. One way that texts are complex is the level of meaning. How many ideas come at you and how fast? I mean, if you've seen some text, every sentence introduces a new idea. Have you seen those super dense, like informational text? Every single sentence has ideas coming at you. Some texts have a surface level, and then like an onion, layers and layers, including a subversive level. Did any of you teach Robert Frost poem? The road is divided, and it's always on a Hallmark card, it's all happy. That's not the real meaning. It's a very subversive message, right? Looking back on my life, it sucked. I didn't make any choices. Doesn't matter which way I go, right? People misinterpret that because they don't get the levels of complexity. Is there figurative language? What's the purpose? Did the author say, in this chapter we explore the life cycle of whatever? By the way, that makes it way easier when the author clearly states a purpose. If you have to infer the purpose, it's way harder. So those are the factors. Do any of you know this book? Lexile says it's a 1370 book, placing it in the junior and senior year. I mostly see this book taught in 9th grade. So Common Core would say it's too hard for 9th graders. Bump it up to the junior and senior year. Not that you have to. I'm just telling you, Lexile sometimes matches, sometimes doesn't. I have made the claim that 4th graders can read this book at the literal level. So if you haven't read this book in a while, it's a farm. Is that unfamiliar to 4th graders? On this farm there are pigs. We good so far, 4th graders? These pigs talk. Is that reasonable for 4th graders? One's named Napoleon, another's Snowball. They want to live in the house. They're all created equally, except some are more equal than others. Did I lose any 4th graders so far? Right? At the literal level, it's not that hard. When you get into the political satire and the knowledge around the former USSR, the complexity goes way high. That's the analysis we have to do. The Sneetches, a 530 Lexile, placing in the 2nd and 3rd grade. At the word level, 2nd graders can handle the Sneetches. But what they don't get is that this book, the events in the Sneetches, mirror the birth of the Civil Rights Union. They completely miss that, because it's all about the literal level works. So if you're teaching something that's more about civil rights, this is a great book to bring in, because it's accessible for kids. I see this book taught in 5th grade and in 8th grade, even though the Lexile says 2nd grade. Hemingway, Farewell to Arms, is a 730 Lexile text, placing it in the 2nd and 3rd grade. I didn't make this up. You can go on Lexile.com, you can type it in, it's 730 Lexile. I am not suggesting we teach Farewell to Arms to 2nd graders. You will probably be in the news if you do that. I'm not sure parents would appreciate you talking to 2nd graders about the complex relationship between love and pain. That would be a little awkward for your 2nd grade. Hemingway is known for depressing the Lexiles because of the sentence length and the word choice. Very short sentences, easy words with gigantic big ideas. The Lexile formula, or any quantitative measure of text, is simply a measure that a computer can count. How long were the sentences on average, how many syllables were there on average, and what kinds of vocabulary words does the author use. It gives you a reasonable proximity for grade in about 85% of the cases. There are always the texts like I'm showing you that are way off. So I've chosen them intentionally to make a point that you can't just say the Lexile is going to give me the text collection that I'm going to teach. Second factor, the structure of the text. Its genre, its organization. Who is the narrator? What's the narrator doing? What features and graphs and charts and diagrams get added to improve your comprehension or to frustrate you? That's kind of structure. The one I put in, I really like this book, Voices in the Park. It's a 560 Lexile, placing in the 2nd and 3rd grade, but I think it's way too hard for 2nd and 3rd graders. In this book, 4 characters go to a park. A large park in a large city. In my mind, it's New York, but I don't know because the author never says. 4 characters, large park in a large city. They witness the same event, and each of the 4 of them have a different perspective on what happened. 2nd graders just blown away, right? Because they can't imagine that 4 different people have 4 different perspectives. But the author makes it even worse. The author does not use names. Each time one of the 4 is talking, the author changes the font. So you have to carry in your mind, Helvetica is always mom throughout the book. If you don't understand that, when you turn the page and the perspective is different, and then you turn the page and the perspective is different, it reads like mental illness. Like, why do you keep changing your mind? That doesn't make sense. So if you don't understand the structure of this text, it doesn't work. It's a really interesting idea. Did any of you ever teach Rose Blanche, the book Rose Blanche? Did any of you know this book? No, you know this book. Go buy this book if you want to teach like perspective, point of view. It's a really interesting text. It's the only one that comes to mind that does it this way. The author starts off, it's a Holocaust book, picture book, super simple. The author starts off with, my name is Rose Blanche, I live on this street, I see the Germans, I see this, I was walking, I, me. Halfway through the book, you turn the page and it says, Rose Blanche did not come home today. It goes from 1st to 3rd. It never says she died. The author uses point of view, 1st person, and switches the rest of the book to 3rd person. It's fascinating structure that makes you infer what happened to her. It's really interesting what authors do when you start to analyze the text. How about this one? Sound and the Fury. 870 Lexile, placing it in the 4th or 5th grade. Do any of you remember this from college? Yeah. And you said, what is happening here? Like, I don't understand this. Why do you keep telling me about this, right? This is stream of consciousness narration. Probably, arguably, the hardest structure that authors ever use, stream of consciousness. It's an unreliable narrator. The narrator intentionally lies to you. It's non-linear. It jumps all over time. Do you see all the factors that make this book so much harder than it needed to be? But it's a classic, and people struggle their way through it to figure out what he was saying. I don't think it's fair to say 4th and 5th graders would be reading this book. Seniors in high school, seniors in college, struggle through this text. Language conventions. How much of the language is standard English, and how much of it is a variation? Regional variations, dialects, all that can contribute to complexity if they're unknown. And the register, how formal is it? Register starts with fixed and frozen, like Shakespeare. And then it goes to academic, and then it goes to formal, and then consultative, and casual, and slang. It goes all the way to the ends. Both the ends are hard, complex. Frozen language is hard for students, for readers. Academic language, formal language. Then it gets more comfortable, then it gets hard again. Slang can be very hard. Do any of you teach Black Swan Green? You know that book? British book set in 1982. Super popular in the junior year where I live. Most people are using that book. It's a really interesting British slang from 1982. One of the lines that throws the students off is, your bum fluff is growing. And what all the students think? My God, what did the author just say? My bum fluff is growing? This is disgusting, right? It's peach fuzz in slang. Yeah. So if they don't know that, they're getting very confused. And it's just because slang got super hard. Well, one more story. So if you come to our classroom, there's a big word wall of words students need to know. And last year's group filed a grievance against me with the principal that I didn't have to learn any words and they had to learn all these words. And it wasn't fair. And it was in their petitioning unit, the difference between persuasion and argument. So they were petitioning, arguing, that I should have a word wall, Nancy and I should have a word wall if they had to have a word wall. And so I said, okay, you make a good case. I know a lot of words, you still have a lot of words to learn. So I made a very small area, Fisher and Fry word wall. There were no words on it for a long time. And I said, if you all ever can stump me with a word that I don't know, and it doesn't get me beat up to say it. If I say it on the street, it'll go on my word wall. You can quiz me on it often until I get it right. And so we had that agreement. It took a long time. For midterms at our school in English are oral language. We do presentations. 9th graders do rehearsed presentations. It gets harder and harder. They have to do a monologue and then do a presentation. It's with PowerPoint and everything. By 11th grade, it has to be from memory with no visual aids. It has to be a speech. Impromptu on a topic they don't know of in advance. So that's our midterm. Every year it gets harder and harder. That's our expectation. So there we are, 9th graders. We're at midterms. It's high stress because they know they have to pass the midterm to pass the class. So they're all nervous and stuff. And this one kid is up speaking with his cards and his PowerPoint, and the volume was too low. And I said, pump up the volume. Do you know this? Like, I'm dating myself, right? Pump up the volume. And they're like, nobody is paying attention to me. Right? Like, they don't get my joke. And so I said, all the way turned up. Any of you know the rap song? All the way turned up. So I started, and they all start laughing at me. I'm like, uh-oh. I said to Nancy, we have trouble. I don't know what I just said. But they don't usually laugh like that. So they're all laughing. All the way turned. And so they're like, uh-oh. So I said, okay, wait, we have to stop. What did I just say? What did I do? And after a few minutes, I learned the phrase turned up means drunk. So Miley Cyrus turned up on the dance floor. That wrecking ball is telling your children to go get drunk on the dance floor. That doesn't mean volume at all in popular slang. So turned up went on my word wall. It's my first word on my word wall. When visitors come in, sometimes if they know the slang, they're like, why is that on your wall? Well, it's actually a long story, because I didn't know what it meant. So my point in telling you that is both ends of the register are complex. We don't want to just live on the academic one. Slang can really throw kids off. Jargon can throw kids off. So let's not forget the two ends of the register are things we have to pay attention to. The text I put in as an example is Saving Sweetness. It says, there's a set in East Texas. Out in the hottest, dustiest part of town is an orphanage run by a female person nasty enough to scare night into day. She goes by the name of Mrs. Sump, though I doubt there ever was a Mr. Sump on account of she looks like something the cat drug in and the dog wouldn't eat. I really like that. I know what all the words mean, but how bad is it? I mean, is that a mild insult? Is that a significant? See, the regional, the non-standard usage there, I don't know how bad it is. So I think it's interesting, because that's, again, I know all the words, but I don't know how complex, how bad it is to say that about someone. The last category are the knowledge demands. Background knowledge is your lived experience. You've been on planet Earth X number of years, and you've collected these experiences, that's your background knowledge. Prior knowledge is your formal education. If you go to California schools in 6th grade, you should know about the Egyptians. That's a rule, right? That's your prior knowledge. So it could be last week what I taught you, last month what I taught you, or several years ago. That's your prior knowledge. Cultural knowledge is your own culture and your cultural proficiency with other groups. And then your vocabulary. The number and the depth of your word knowledge. Those are the knowledge demands that authors place on readers. For example, Guinea Pig Scientist, a book I really like. It's an 1100 Lexile, placing it in the middle school. I think it works for middle schoolers. It's a book that is a series of stories about scientists who did not have permission to conduct their experiments, but they did them anyway. On themselves, and in many cases, they experimented on their own children. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. The middle school students love it when it didn't work. They love to see these experiments gone wrong, like the X-ray. He didn't have permission to do this. The review panel said, don't bombard the human body with radiation. But he did it anyway. Here's my son's hand. Let's X-ray it and see what happens. And it worked. And who in here hasn't had an X-ray? It became something we all did. But he didn't have permission to do it. So that's an interesting book. Look at all the words that the author uses in chapter 1. There are no definitions. There's no glossary. The author assumes tremendous knowledge on the reader. Siddhartha, a 1010 Lexile book, placing it in the middle school. The author assumes tremendous cultural knowledge on the part of the reader. The author assumes you understand something about Buddhist philosophy and the path to nirvana and what enlightenment's all about, because there's no explanation of it. There's an assumption that this author makes about your cultural knowledge. This is what we have to get better at. We have to get better at looking at a piece of text and saying, what made the text complex? Because I either need to model it or need to question it. That's our work, is what am I going to model or what am I going to question based on complexity? Texts are complex in different ways, not just background knowledge. I hear it a lot. My English learners don't have the background knowledge for this text. And everything gets cast in a background knowledge issue for English learners. And yes, there are kids who don't have background knowledge. But there are other factors of complexity. If all you do is tell them the background knowledge they're supposed to have, they're missing out on the thinking process. And they're also missing out on instruction around things like sentence structure, figurative language, depth and complexity. We can't just say that texts are complex for our, especially our English learners, because of background. They're complex in all kinds of ways. And all of our students deserve instruction on all of those factors of complexity, not just background knowledge. As my friend David Pearson says often, we drink at the trough of background knowledge a little excessively. Just be careful with that. Some of our instruction should be stamina, and some of our instruction should be strength. I have argued that in the last decade, most of our work is in the stamina area. We've done a lot of work getting kids to read. We try to get kids to read longer, more, have stamina for their reading. We've really worked hard on that. We teach things like, if you have 5 vocabulary words you don't know, you know that rule? You count the number of words you don't know, and you get to 5, throw the book away. Right? That's all stamina work. We need to keep some of our stamina work. We can't stop working on stamina. But I don't think we've done a lot of strength work with students. Complex texts build readers' strength. Less complex texts build their stamina. So I am hoping you're hearing we don't just do close reading lessons and skip everything else. We have to balance between, are we looking at complex text and close readings? Are we looking at less complex text to build readers' stamina? It's going to take both. Simply assigning hard books is not the answer. This is not the first time in American education that we've attempted to raise the rigor of reading. It has happened in decades before. The last big push nationally to raise the rigor of reading occurred in the late 70s. Some of you remember the late 70s? Some of you weren't born yet. Some of you were cognitively engaged in other activities in the late 70s. I was in high school, and I told you already I was best down. I did not want to go to school. My mother made me go to school. On Thursday of our first week of school, my 9th grade teacher, because it was all about raising rigor at Valhalla High School, that's what the whole push was, she assigned us Beowulf. Do any of you know that book? I never read it. I didn't. I still haven't read it. Here's what happened. On Thursday, we got our books. We had to check them out from the library. We got our books. We took them home. We only had to read 8 pages that night. 8 pages of Beowulf. And I had no idea what was happening in this book. I don't think I got to the 8 pages. I had no clue what was happening. I closed the book. My mother made me go to school on Friday despite my protests, and I never made it actually in the building. I ditched school on Friday, the first Friday of school. Why? Because I didn't want to come across as incompetent in front of the kids who lived in the area after being bused an hour and 20 minutes down. So I ditched on Friday. I got in trouble for that. And I told my mom I hate school. I hate English specifically. I hate this class. I hate going to high school. I want to stay here. She made me go to school. On Monday, I didn't know what we were supposed to read because I didn't go. So on Monday I went, not having even attempted to read the assigned reading, only trying the first reading, and my teacher started interrogating the students. Why did da-da-da? Tell me more about. Nobody knew the answers. It was a beautiful thing. It was amazing. Because it wasn't just me. Nobody could answer her questions. And I had an awesome English teacher who was trying her best efforts to raise her. I ended up working at the same school. My first job was at the school, so she became a colleague of mine 7 years later. She tried really hard. But we were assigned text, not read. And then she would perform them. It was beautiful. She figured out we couldn't understand it on our own, so every day she would tell us what was happening in this part. And then we would have these awesome conversations because she would spend about 15 or 20 minutes telling us what happened in the assigned reading from the night before. And then she would have these discussion prompts and we would talk about it. That's really fun. I ended up loving English. I said to my mother, this is the best teacher ever. She tells us all about it and we go and talk and it was awesome. Beowulf went for 9 weeks. We used to overkill books. Remember those days? Romeo and Juliet, 9 weeks. Or you can watch the play in 2 hours. Your choice, right? Why do we drag this out for so long? We try to teach every single standard in every single text we pick, right? We're not doing it, right? So 9 weeks later, we get an essay prompt, which was not convenient, because I was loving English, but I read the prompt and I had no idea what the prompt said, much less how I was going to write. So I figured I was going to fail English. But Paula, my friend who had a car, took me in the car. We drove to El Cajon, which is about an hour drive from where I live. We went to a bookstore. We went to the wire racks. We spun the wire racks, the yellow and black striped version of the book. They answered all my prayers right there, right? Awesome. And I wrote an essay based on the outline in the back of Cliff Notes and what my teacher told us. Because I'm a good listener. We talked a lot about it in our groups. I wrote an essay and got an A on Beowulf. And I never read the book. I hope we don't do that this time around. I hope we don't just go find super hard things to send kids home with. There's a difference between teaching complex text and assigning complex text. And I think that's what we're here to talk about. That's what your district charges over the next year. How will you teach complex text, not just assign complex text? Now that I said Cliff Notes, here are the random stories of Doug's life. People get used to this. So, 3 4th of July, I have a neighbor where I live, and she's an attorney, she likes to have 4th of July parties. It's her once-a-year party for the neighborhood. And she likes to assign seats. I'm not a huge fan of it. So I always try to travel on 4th of July, so I don't have to go to her party. But I was 4th of July ago, we were home, so we all went over to her house and we all assigned seats. And I sat next to this man, and I said, I don't know you, are you new to the neighborhood? Yeah, I just moved in a few months ago. I said, what do you do? You know, we always ask, like, what do you do? Like, your career is your defining thing. What do you do? And he said, I help people get on cruise ships. You know, this way. You know, San Diego's a big cruise ship port now, and so there's people stand there and say, this way. I'm like, I get you all night. You're super exciting. Thanks. Which I know is not right, but that's what's been on my mind. And so we were talking a little bit, and at one point I said, well, where'd you move from? Trying to make a conversation. He said, New York. That's mildly interesting to me. More interesting than getting people on cruise ships. So I said, oh, what'd you do in New York? And he said, I was the president of Wiley. Oh. Wiley owns Cliff Notes. You are now super interesting to me. And at one point in the night, I said to him, I would like to thank you. Who I am today is because of Cliff Notes. I made it through high school on Cliff Notes. And he said, what do you do? And I said, I'm an English teacher now. And he said, I want to thank you. Your profession banned my company by name. And we made millions. Because kids who had never heard of Cliff Notes, when their teacher said, and don't you dare use Cliff Notes, they're like, what are those? I am going to... That's what he said. And now you don't even have to go to the store and buy them. Just go SparkNotes online for free. Let's not do that. Let's not just make it hard at homework. Let's actually teach complex text with kids. We really need to think through that idea. What will it take to teach complex text, not just assign complex text? Close reading is only part of high-quality instruction. It's only a part. It's a little tiny bit of guided instruction. There are other things we can do with guided instruction. Close reading is not a comprehensive literacy effort. It is a tiny part of it. Kids still need a lot of other things to learn and perform at high levels. Having said that, I do think close reading is important. I think it's something that should occur in classes. I think it should occur regularly in classes. The standard, Reading Standard 1, is on page 13, presented by grade level. So if you take a look at that, what does each grade level have to do to get kids to read closely? I'd like to point out, we call this the close reading standard, but the standards never say close reading anyway. They say to read closely. I know that sounds like semantics. Close reading is an instructional habit that teachers use. The habit that we want to develop over multiple years is that students read closely. This is the outcome, the anchor, if you will, the college and career ready. That's what we want kids to do. This standard says way more than close reading. It says that they're going to learn what the text says explicitly. It also says they're going to make logical inferences. It also says they're going to draw conclusions. It also says they need to use evidence. There's a lot going on in this standard, right? This is why it's one of our 5 focus standards, transition standards, because there's so much going on. When we first started this, when I look back, and we started saying to students, we just read something, what's your evidence for that? Could you point to evidence? You know what the most common answer was? Never mind. Because our students weren't used to being pressed for evidence unless they were wrong. The only time we ever really said, can you tell me where you found that, was when the answer was wrong. There was not an evidence culture in our district. So when we started pressing for evidence, they assumed they were wrong. And we spent a lot of time saying, I didn't say you were wrong. I'm just looking for where you found it in the text. It took a long time just to do that with students, that little tiny bit where they would continue to talk and propose their evidence. Because in the beginning, they were done. As soon as you press for evidence, done. Never mind, I'm not volunteering anymore. I'm obviously wrong. So what does a close reading look like? We're going to go through the components that I think about with close reading. Things that are on my mind. Have you gotten this memo? Close reading is with short passages. Is that clear? Everybody? Close reading is with short passages. I used to get asked a lot, how short is short? And I don't have a good answer for that. I was in Utah last spring on a Saturday at the Utah Reading Association. This guy in the back over here, after I finished talking about using a short passage, it doesn't have to be standalone. It can be an excerpt from a longer text. Like last year, the 9th graders, we read Metamorphosis in class. Do you know that? Kind of a cool, interesting thing for 9th graders. The first 2 chapters, they can read on their own. There's nothing really complex. It's very much personal narrative. It's super easy. When Gregor's sister walks in the room for the first time to bring him lunch, and we have a different person's perspective on Gregor, those 3 paragraphs are what we did close reading on. Then I turn it back over to collaborative. So you can excerpt things you're reading, the stuff you already have in your classrooms, pick the hardest parts of them for close reading, and let the students do collaborative or independent reading with the others. Don't go search the internet for everything that's the perfect 3 paragraphs for close reading. You have stuff already that will work beautifully. Just figure out where the complexity increases. That's the close reading. So anyway, I'm back in this Utah session, and this guy over here says to me, how short is short? And I have answers that I think are funny, that not everybody thinks are funny, because I don't really know the answer to this question. So I said to him, not the Odyssey. I think that's funny. It's a humongous epic tale, like the biggest epic tale I could think of. So I said, not the Odyssey, and moved on. And I went to the second point and stuff, and he raises his hand a few minutes later, and he said, no, really, I need to know how short is short. And my follow-up answer is always more than a sentence. So it's somewhere between a sentence and the Odyssey. Right? You see? Because I don't know the answer. And we go on and on. I'm like on the 4th point now. He raises his hand again. I really need to know how short is short. And I said to him, I don't know. Nancy and I have scoured the research on close reading, going back to the 40s in Oxford, where we found the starting point. They say there are places before that, but I couldn't find them. I can find it back to 1940s in Oxford, the close reading procedures. It's an old process. It's been around for a really long time. Those of you with lit-crit degrees, English lit degrees, you did close reading in college. It's very common in literary criticism and new criticism. It's very common. It's just not common in the K-12 system. So I said, I have read hundreds of papers. No one says how many sentences, how many words, how many pages. I can't find it. So on I went. 5 minutes later, he raises his hand. And in my brain, I said, are you kidding me? I've answered this 3 times. I don't know the answer. I've already confessed. He says to me, I cannot move on until you tell me how short is short. So I made something up. And I want to be really clear about this. I have 0 research evidence for this. None. I made it up standing in Utah at the time. And I said to him, if the paper has a staple in it, don't use it for close reading. Does that generally work for you? A page copied on both sides is probably going to work. A page copied on one side is probably going to work. If it goes on to a short story, 5 pages, and it's stapled, it's not going to work. It's too long for this process. Do something else with it. We, do you know, the girls raised by wolves? Do you know this, the text, the girls? St. Lucy's Home for Girls Raised by Wolves. Do you even know that? It's a short story. It's an awesome piece of text because they're not actually wolves. But that's the, well, I don't want to give it away. It's like 22 pages long. There is no way you're doing a close reading with that. But there are 3 parts of that text that are amazing close reading conversations where they have the dance and the girls raised by wolves who are actually in a orphanage, taken away from their families in Ireland. That's the part where they have to go to the dance that's really important for kids to get. I love that part. So anyway, short passages. Don't do a huge long text, not going to work. Second, you got to trick the students into rereading. None of them like it. Do you all know that? Have you tried this? You know what doesn't work? Saying to them, could you reread this? That does not work. I've watched and conducted hundreds of close reading lessons. I only see 3 things work for repeated reading. Number 1, if you change the task. If you change the task for the reader, they are likely to go back and reread. We're going to look at that again in a minute. Number 2, if you ask a really good question, they are likely to go back and reread. And number 3, if you press for evidence, they are likely to go back and reread, once they understand that they're not wrong. Those are the only 3 things I've ever been able to figure out how to get kids to reread. On page 47, there's a whole discussion of the value of rereading and the importance of rereading, but those 3 are the ways we got kids to do it. Change the task, ask a really good question, or press them for evidence. That's the only way we get them to reread. Here's our 3-phase model. This is a year and a month old now. Year and 2 months old now. We're in January. We only birthed this, so it's not even in your book. I'm going to tell you where to write it in a second. So let me process this with you. Until a year and 2 months ago, close reading lessons were, here's some questions in whatever order makes sense to you, kind of ambiguous. And we, Nancy and I, with the district PD folks, a year and 2 months ago, we changed our close reading protocol to this. When you first encounter the text, the questions that we ask are literal. Right there. We call it, what does the text say? Literally. And I got a lot of pushback from San Diego principals when we introduced this model. And the principals were saying things like, we've worked for the last 20 years trying to get teachers not to ask low-level questions. We want to climb Bloom's taxonomy. We want DOK 3 and 4. And my argument back is, you don't have to ask literal questions on comfortable text for students. When you raise the complexity of the text, you want to check in to see if the students actually got it at the surface level. You cannot make a logical inference on a text you don't understand at the surface level. Not possible. We have no evidence that a kid can make a logical inference on a text they don't understand at the surface level. None. So we start off our questions at the literal level. Let me give you 3 scenarios. Scenario 1. I hand out the piece of paper, I walk around, I look at the annotations, or you're annotating on your iPads or whatever you're doing, and I walk around and I look at your annotations, and your annotations are fantastic. The margin notes say to me, you understand this text at least at the surface level. I don't have to ask a single question at the literal level. I can move to the second phase. Second scenario. I pass out the piece of text. The annotations aren't very good. And I say, turn to your partner and talk about the central idea in the text. And I walk around and I listen to the conversations, and you clearly get the literal level. I can move on. Third scenario. I pass out the piece of text, your annotations aren't very good, and your collaborative conversation isn't better. Now I need to ask you a series of detailed questions to get to the surface level. It's way more contingent on how kids respond. I like to say, linger at the literal as long as necessary, and get out of there as quickly as you can. To the second phase, which is structural analysis. How does the text work? And some of you have big backgrounds, long histories of, especially like linguistics folks and ESL folks. You have a lot of background in structure analysis. So how the author put this text together, the word choice, the text structure, the author's craft, the literary devices, those are all things that are internal workings of the text. When your students have the literal and the structural, we move them to the third phase, which is the inferential level. I don't think it's fair to start a close reading of a complex text with inferential questions. They're probably not going to answer them. You're going to get frustrated. The students are going to get frustrated, and you're likely to tell them the answers. We start off literally, then structurally, and then to the inference level. And that's a very different model for close reading. If you watch some of the films of New York, they have a 3-read protocol. Reading 1, you do this. Reading 2, you do this. Reading 3, you do this. And that's a couple of years old now. We were finding that not all kids got it after 3 reads. What if they need a 4th read? What if they need to come back the next day and read it a 5th time to really get it? That's why we went to this. They're phases, not readings. So it might take 2 more times to get the structural work done. That doesn't mean they have to go back and reread the whole text. You might point them to a paragraph to read, to look at the structure. We're going to come back to this again. I'll show you where in the book we're going to look at it. Annotation. Reading with a pencil or stylus or fingernail or whatever you're doing. Marking the text. On page 31, there's a list of annotations. Annotation marks. You can look at that page. Those annotation recommendations come from Mortimer Adler, 1940, How to Read a Book. We did not make these up. These have been around a really long time. Mortimer Adler's recommendations from 1940. And when we wrote Rigorous Reading, our district was on trying to get kids to do all those annotations. Last March, March 14, we revised our recommendations for annotation a bit. Now we say there are 3 foundational annotation skills. 3 things that everybody should know how to do when they annotate. And I'll tell you why we picked those 3. They're on the list somewhere on that bulleted list that goes across the pages. Now we focus on these 3. The first one, underlining central ideas, major ideas, key ideas, important ideas, whatever it is. Underlining those central ideas. That can take you months worth of teaching to get students to do. When you first give them pencils or stylus, they underline everything, don't they? And when that stops, they underline interesting things, not necessarily important things. It's months worth of work to get them to recognize what is central to this text. So we dialed back all those annotations from Mortimer Adler to do these 3 things. By the way, what we're seeing is when history does it, and science does it, and English does it, and technical subjects does it, kids actually learn how to do this. What we were seeing before is the history folks have their way of annotating, science have a different system, English has their own. The kids never know what they're supposed to do. They spend so much more time on how they're annotating, not what they're annotating. It becomes very procedural, very compliance. The reason that I did this, I'll tell you a little story. So there's a district near us, Cajon Valley, and I was in a school, 5th grade classroom, and on the wall of this classroom was a poster that had 14 annotation symbols on it. 5th graders are supposed to use all 14 of those in their work. And I said to the teacher, "Where'd you get that list?" And she said, "Pinterest." And I said, "That's a great research base. That's strong. Strong research base." And one of the ones on the Pinterest poster was that you are supposed to draw a crystal ball in the margin if you want to make a prediction. Do you know how long it takes a 5th grader to draw a crystal ball? There's the base, there are the legs, there's the shiny stuff, right? They have forgotten their prediction by the time they're done doodling in the margin. That's not what this is supposed to be about. It's not supposed to be looking busy, marking all over the text. It's supposed to be thinking about the text. That experience was the major reason we dialed back to 3. Underlining, circling words and phrases that are confusing or unclear forces the reader to notice when they lose comprehension. It forces them to monitor. By the way, it also serves as a great inventory for you all. When you walk around and you look at where they're circling and you're saying, wow, 80% of my students circled the same phrase. I better do something about that. Or those 2 circled that and these 3 circled that. The group will take care of it. Write margin notes in your own words, in phrases, where you restate what the author said. That's a summarizing and synthesizing function. Those are the 3 things we ask kids to do. And I'm lucky because I work in a place that we reached agreement, and this is what we do K-12. These 3 annotations. We have posters. They have examples on them. They're posted in classrooms if teachers want them. They can order them from the print shop. We agreed this. A district near us has 4. We chose 3. They had 4. They wanted questions in the margin as well. That's fine too. I think the list of Mortimer Adler that he wrote for grown-ups is a little too much for kids to learn to annotate well. At some point in our district, we will add more annotations. We will add more. Right now, we're working on those 3 because it's taking a long time for kids to get really good at them. And those are the rest of them that are inside your book. Here's a 6th grader's annotation from Iowa. I put this in to remind me to say a few things. If you look at our YouTube channel, to our close reading examples from a couple of years ago, we were all about highlighters. We were enamored with highlighters at the time. The kids hadn't had them, so we bought highlighters. And if you look at our videos from 2 years ago, you will see like Marisol or Heather or Angie or anybody say, with the yellow highlighter, you highlight central ideas. With the blue highlighter, you highlight words you don't know. With the orange highlighter, you highlight questions. There's a video that has 4 different highlighter colors that the teacher says to kids. And then when you watch the kids, they say, can I borrow your blue? What was orange for again? It caused so much chaos. In the beginning, when we were doing the highlighters like this, kids loved it, and they would highlight away. And a couple of months later, they figured it out. If they highlight on the first read of the text, they're probably wrong, because their understanding will grow over the course of the lesson. So all of a sudden, they stopped highlighting the text. So when you walk around, you have no idea what they think. So then we said, wait, put the highlighters away. We have this revolutionary tool. It's called a pencil. You can erase if you don't like what you wrote. So we only bring the highlighters out at the end of the lesson when they want to highlight the evidence for their writing. Before that, it's all pencils or stylus, like Notability or Sketch or any of the on-screen annotation tools. I also put this in to say, make sure you collect the annotations for your students. They're amazing formative assessment data. Most of our assessments relate to students thinking after they've read. The annotations are evidence of their thinking while they were reading. It's a great, great tool. We are on the 4th edition of a checklist, of annotation checklist, if you will. The first half of it's the content of the annotation. The second half is the process of annotation. We can take a class set and we can check off what we're seeing in the papers to figure out what we still need to teach. So are they not noticing content or are they not noticing process? So make sure you collect them. You can model annotations. This is Road Not Taken, it's 8th grade. So you put it on there and you model your thinking. So show students how to annotate. Road Not Taken. Lots of discussion and thinking about the poem and what's going on there. And then this is a sample of an 11th grader from our school. She writes a lot of annotations. You see all those notes all around it? Because we've convinced our students, somehow, they believe us, that the annotations are your first draft of your paper. You no longer need to go brainstorm and outline and stuff. The first draft of your paper is right there. You know what sources you're going to reference, what quotes you're going to put. The margin notes become your sentences, often your topic sentences. They know how to use their annotations as their first draft. And when they understood that relationship, their annotations started increasing because they get it. One of the things we are seeing, though, by the way, is when kids annotate, the annotation is more frequent in early readings, like the first read and the second read. Then it becomes a conversation, and they tend to annotate less. So after every couple questions, we say to them, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to update your annotations. Because what happens, it becomes a conversation, and they forget to write. So the evidence they include in their papers is often from their initial understanding of the text, not their deeper understanding. So make sure they go back and update their annotations every once in a while. And the heart, I think, of close reading are the questions that students ask and that we ask. How do we build the rigorous questioning habits for students and for ourselves? So if you look at page 52, that triangle in the middle is there on page 52. Here's what we did. There are 9 reading standards, right? And then there's the 10th one that says read hard things. But there are 9 that you can work with in terms of lessons. They apply to informational text and narrative text, those 9. I should put the 9 standards over here on this side. We took the 9 reading standards and we collapsed them into 6 question categories. So all of those are collapsing of the categories, of the standards into categories. Then we started hearing principals say, I expect you to ask questions out of all 6 categories, which didn't make sense to us. So a year ago, 2 months ago, we collapsed the 6 question categories into 3 phases. So it's 9 standards, collapsed into 6 categories, collapsed into 3 phases. That's our thinking process over the last couple of years as we've worked. So on the side note, next to key details and general understanding, I'd like you to write, what does the text say? Because when we wrote rigorous reading, we weren't that smart yet. We still had the 6 categories. So the 2 content areas, the 2 content type questions we asked, general understanding questions and key detail questions, collapsed into what does the text say, or literal analysis. You can also write literal analysis on the side. The next 2 categories, there's a standard on vocabulary in the reading and there's a standard on text structures, but there's no author who separates when he or she writes vocabulary from structure. They go together, right? So in the standards they're different, but in questioning we collapse them because they're about authors composing. Vocabulary structure, and if you notice the next one up, it says author's purpose. So you need to edit that and say author's craft and purpose. The 9 standards don't clearly call for author's craft. Author's craft comes in standard 10 on text complexity. So when we originally did the 6 categories, we were only using the 9 reading standards, not reading standard 10. And then our reanalysis, when we looked at standard 10, we said, we have missed author's craft. The intentional choices an author makes, like what genre am I writing? Who's my narrator? What literary devices I would use? That's out of the text complexity standard 10. Those 2 collapse to how does the text work? And you can write to the side of that, structural. And the last, the top 2, the inferences you can make based on this text, the opinions and arguments you can form based on this text, and how this text squares with other texts, intertextuality or intertextual connections, is what does the text mean, also known as inferential analysis. We are taking students on a journey from the literal to the structural to the inferential. Our questions and their questions start out with pretty surface and go deeper and deeper and deeper into the text. Over time, students start to do this automatically. I don't even have to say to the students, what does the text say? The literal stuff, it is so automatic for them right now. We hand a piece of text, they know we're going to talk about what's the big idea in the text, what's the central message, and what are the important details that line up to that message. I don't ever have to ask that right now. They know that. It's so clear in their habits. They don't always know the kinds of author craft questions that I want to talk about, but slowly they start to pose their own author's craft questions. Like, why did the author include this? What's the meaning of this? They're getting there with that. It's going to take a few years, but eventually, when they read complex text, they're going to do all this stuff by themselves. I'm going to give more detail on the questions. You have, as one of the text examples, a fairly dense piece of text called A Quilt of a Country. Do you see the size of this text? Fits on the page, right? And I didn't make it 9-point font. Just squishing on there, nice margins, nice paragraphing. So this is a reasonable close reading lesson. Do they have to read the whole thing on the first lesson? The first close reading lesson? Could they read the first 3 paragraphs and start talking? Of course they can. I'm only wanting you to get a sense of this author's writing to show you the questions. So if you could look at the first 3 paragraphs to get a sense of what she's saying. And I know many of you want to use this piece of text, so I'm not going to make you write on it because I know you'll want this lesson for your own 9th graders or whatever. The conversation I'd like you to have is back to page 9 of your text. What makes this text complex? What contributed to the complexity in her work? So I want you to name that. So your table, go back to page 9. You only read probably the first 3 paragraphs. What makes this text complex? What contributes to its complexity? How was your conversation with the people at your table about this? Reasonably good? For us, this is the starting place of a close reading lesson. What makes the text complex? So then either we have to do some modeling, or we have to make sure our questions line up to that. So I probably shouldn't have to say this, but I will. You cannot do a close reading lesson unless you've actually read the text in advance yourself. And there have been lessons, I admit, that I didn't have to read the text in advance because I had the teacher support material. I can't do that with a close reading. This was the first, this one right here, was the first close reading lesson Nancy and I ever did. Way back when the district started working on close reading, this was the lesson. I'm going to just show you this. This is where we started. This is our very first close reading lesson. I like this piece of text because in their 9th grade class, in their Foundations of Democracy class that we have in San Diego, they read Melting Pot by the same author. And I thought it was kind of interesting because they read Melting Pot, which is older. This she wrote post 9/11. So I'm interested in them. You'll see. I was interested in them. They know Melting Pot and her thinking around America as a melting pot and why that doesn't work as a metaphor or analogy. So I was interested in this. So for example, what's the main idea in the essay? What is her major, what's her major idea there? It comes out in the first couple paragraphs, doesn't it? We have a conundrum. We're individual and collective. Right? Now, if you can't get that, I'm going to go back, I'm going to point to some details for you. I'm going to listen, I'm going to look at your notes. And key details, we're looking for the who, what, where, when, why, how much, how many. I get a lot of grief from principals on this one because it's low level, it's right there, it's regurgitation, it's low end of blooms. I hear all this. If students cannot locate details, they cannot make inferences. Period. If students cannot locate details, they will not include evidence in their writing. We've got to let them have some time with the details. For example, this comes a little bit later than what you read. Where are there examples of freedom and where are there examples of oppression? That's a juxtaposition this author uses. She puts together freedoms and oppressions. And the post 9/11, the week after 9/11 when she wrote this, that's what was on her mind, right? So what are we going to give up? What other juxtapositions does this author use? She likes to compare things. You can see that in the first couple paragraphs. Then we move into vocabulary and structure. What's going on with the words? What's going on with the structure? What's the author doing with those composing processes? What role does the word conundrum play in the essay? I don't have to teach you conundrum. If you read the whole thing, you get a sense of what this word means. What's the structure of the essay? And then the follow-up question is, because it's an argument, how does she build her argument? Because we're looking at taking apart the internal structure that this author is using. Because it is an argument, she has a claim, she backs it up with evidence, she recognizes counterclaims, that's the structure. We look at author's craft. What's the genre? What's the point of view? What are the devices that are used? What's going on is the author crafted, and the purpose and the craft have to match. Does that make sense to you? I don't even know if I'm saying it right. If your purpose is to persuade, or your purpose is to inform, or your purpose is to argue, the way you write has to match that. Did any of you watch the Golden Globes? This will make sense in a second. Did you watch the Golden Globes? Any of you watch the Golden Globes? So when Margaret Chow comes on and says what everyone else is thinking, why is Orange is the New Black in the comedy category? She says the purpose doesn't match, right? I show that clip on Monday morning to the students. Because a lot of them know Orange is the New Black. And Margaret says, that doesn't match. Why is Orange is the New, so let me just, if you don't know the story, a white middle-class / wealthy woman is in jail. That's probably not a comedy for most of you, right? If you were suddenly taken to jail, it probably wouldn't be a comedy for you, right? So anyway, that clip highlighted this craft, for me, this craft and purpose match for the students. Because when it doesn't match in your writing, when your purpose doesn't match your craft, the writing is bad. It throws your reader off. Look at the date of the essay, and let's talk about why she might have written it. Whose side of the story is not being told? Those are interesting questions to think about as the author's craft and purpose. Inferences, back to standard 1, logical inferences we can make from the text. What does the author believe about the benefits and limitations of tolerance? Because she's clearly struggling with this post 9/11. We're a very tolerant country, but are there limits to that? And there are benefits of this idea of tolerance. And then what are the opinions and arguments you can make, and how does this text fit with other texts? To quote, she says, these are the representatives of a mongrel nation that somehow, at times like this, has one spirit. What does that mean, and what evidence does she provide for this statement? So I just took one sentence out and asked them to analyze that sentence of her argument. Oh, I lost one. The last comparison is they have to write, I'll grab that slide. They have to compare Quilt of a Country and her argument in that with the Melting Pot, which they read in their foundations class. And they have to compare, how does her argument change from the Melting Pot to Quilt of a Country? That was their essay part. Do you see how we could do this? These are texts you already have. It's changing the lessons a little bit and using the questions to drive them. That's what we're trying to accomplish with this. If you could look at page 47. I'm going to leave Quilt of Our Country for just a second. Go to page 47 on the bottom. The last header on the bottom, limited front loading. Do you see that one? Limited front loading. Here's what I would love it if you would do. You know this agenda that you're never going to use? Do you know this one? Do you see this? Could you touch this for me? Could you all hold the agenda? I would like you to fold it in half. Some people call this hot dog fold. Fold it in half, hot dog fold. Then folded hamburger so the paper is in 4 quadrants. There's one edge. Do you see the edge where all the open papers are? The opposite corner, I'd like you to fold down a triangle about 1 inch. You see that? When you open it up, you have a conversation roundtable. Let me draw on mine, then you can see it. Conversation roundtable. I'm still up here. Ready? You see the 4 quadrants and a rhombus in the middle? This is the conversation roundtable. We use it all the time in school. I would like you to read, you may write in your book, but I would like you to have the big idea that stands out to you in this first quadrant. My name is Doug. I would put my name in this quadrant. What is the big idea? I only want you to read, I think it's 3 paragraphs. I think it's only 3 paragraphs. 1. Yeah, 3 paragraphs. Starting at the bottom where it says limited front loading. 3 paragraphs on page 47. That's all I want you to read. You may mark the text, of course, but your big idea goes in this quadrant. When you are finished, you have a conversation. My name's Doug. I already wrote my name here. When Catherine talks to the rest of us, we put her name in this quadrant, and we take notes as she talks. Great. That's great. Ray talks, we put his name here, and we take notes in this quadrant. When Michelle talks, we put her name here, and we take notes. Do you see the accountability? Now, you're not going to have to do the final step that your students do. We go back to an independent task, and we each write our own summary in the quadrant in the middle. Do you see the individual accountability? Did this cost you $25,000 for intervention? It's a single sheet of paper folded you're going to throw away anyway. So, I would like those 3 paragraphs, write in the book if you want, but the big idea or ideas that come for you, go in that, and then have a round conversation quickly. Allow me to interrupt you. Welcome back. Sorry to keep interrupting you. Back together with me. So, I've been thinking a lot about this. I get a fair amount of pushback on the position Nancy and I have taken on front-loading and pre-teaching vocabulary, especially from the English learner advocates who say we spend a lot of years trying to get people to front-load. If students are going to read a text one time, you have to do the heavy lifting up front. But if they're going to read the text multiple times, you don't. I really believe that. I'm going to say it a little bit differently. Right now, most classrooms in America rely on front-end scaffolds. That's what they're called, front-end scaffolds, before the kids see the text. We're not getting rid of the scaffolds. We're just taking them off the front end and we're using distributed scaffolding instead. What will you do or say between reading 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 3 and 4? You can also use back-end scaffolds. You go back to the original work on scaffolding. So Vygotsky didn't actually use that phrase, or that word, but the ideas are there. Woodbruner and Ross did use scaffolding. If you go back and look at those original pieces of work on this, there are choices. Front-end scaffolds, distributed scaffolds, or back-end scaffolds. We got focused only on front-end scaffolds. The teacher has to do the work before the kids. And what we're asking in close reading lessons is to avoid the front-end scaffolding and put the scaffold somewhere else. It doesn't say you never scaffold for students. It's around the deployment of those scaffolds. What do you have to do to get students to that level of thinking? And I know it sounds counter to what because right now we're all about the front-end scaffolds. Nancy and I interviewed 75 early adopter teachers on close reading several years ago. And we published this study. 75 out of 75 people say, close reading makes me feel like a bad teacher. 100%. When asked why, it was all about struggle. I don't like to watch my students struggle. I don't feel like I'm helping them enough. It was all about struggle. And we have a culture, a community in American education where student struggle means teacher failure. And we internalize that. We own that, right? If my students struggle, I think I'm a bad teacher. We got to change that. It has to become okay for students to grapple with texts, grapple with ideas. I did not say put their hoods up, put their heads down and cry. That's too much, right? But it should be cognitive work. Sometimes. Some things are about stamina, and some things are about strength. The most complaints, like we had big district meetings in 2011, big district conversations about, is this going to work? Is close reading going to work for English learners, students with disabilities, struggling readers? I mean, like cabinet level conversations over and over and over again. We were talking about the wrong kids. Totally the wrong kids. You know the kids who do not like close reading when you start, or the kids who already read at grade level and above? They are not thrilled with this process when it starts, right? So pick a kid, 7th grader or 9th grader, whose whole life has been, when my teacher gives me a piece of text, I can read it and I can understand it. My hand goes up before I'm even finished reading because I can answer any question that teacher's going to ask. You know these kids, right? Their entire identity is, I'm good at school, I'm successful, I can read what my teacher asks. And all of a sudden you put text in front of them that they can't read, and we watch this. They physically push the text away. They don't want it near them. We had so many parent complaints in the La Jolla community. We did not have parent complaints in the City Heights community where I work. We didn't. We had so many complaints in the La Jolla community. Parents going to see the principal and saying, your teachers are making my kid read things that are too hard and it's going to hurt their grades. My kid's not going to get into blank. Stanford, Berkeley, Yale, whatever. Because your teachers are making my kid read things that are too hard. There was lots of concerns. So we recognize this. We now say when you start a close reading lesson, you tell the kids it's a close reading lesson. We want something to activate in their brain. When you say it's a lab, we're doing a lab that's supposed to activate behavior in their brain. We're doing close reading. And we tell them what made the text complex. And what we find is kids who read at grade level and above, if they know that their teacher knows the text is hard, they persevere longer. If those kids, grade level and above, think their teacher thinks they should be able to read it on the first try, they give up. They have very little grit or stamina right now. And they just get frustrated with you and they push it away. It turns out that the English learners and struggling readers are not surprised when they don't understand the text. Right? It's not like, hey, what happened to me? Right? But when those kids have 4 reads later, 3 reads later with good questioning, good annotation, and good collaborative conversation, they are very happy with their understanding at the end of the lesson. One of the studies we did a couple of years ago, we took 100 middle schoolers, 7th and 8th graders, and we assigned them to an after-school close reading intervention, 90 minutes, 2 days a week. And we had 300 and some kids who got the regular after-school program. And we compared their pre and post achievement by making a certain 100 kids read super hard things as part of their after-school intervention. Guess what happened? The kids who read higher, harder text with close reading outperformed, it was on the CSTs at the time, the kids who got the regular after-school program. Why? Part of it was their confidence. Part of it was, I'm not stupid in the after-school for punishment. I'm reading stuff that's harder than my peers are reading during the school day. If you look at the attendance data, the kids in the close reading after-school intervention 2 days a week for 90 minutes had better attendance than the kids, because it's vote with your feet in the after-school programs. They hide from us. They hide in stairwells and try to get out, right? They do. So the attendance went up in the close reading group, statistically higher. When you look at readers' self-perception, there's a tool you can use that's an assessment, a validated assessment for readers to assess their perceptions of their reading. They were flat in the beginning, no differences. By the end, the close reading group believed they were way better readers because what the text that they saw looked like grade level text. And their CST scores were significantly higher than the control group. They did not all of a sudden become 7th and 8th grade readers, but they grew way more than the control group. So putting hard text in front of students with instruction, not independent. I mean, could you imagine what we would have done here? You can imagine, here 7th and 8th graders, we know you read at the far below basic according to last year's CST. You're going to sit here for 90 minutes and you're going to independently read the hardest things you've ever seen in your life, right? Their attendance would have dropped, their achievement would have dropped, and their self-perception would have dropped. It was the close reading instruction that taught those kids that they could access harder text. And they started telling themselves a different story. I'm a good reader. I can read this. I got this. And it bled over to their school day. Now, people always ask me about this. The after-school teachers that we used were all 6th grade teachers, so that they didn't take what they were learning in the after-school program and contaminate the study for 7th and 8th graders. So we really try to be clear to see, does this work or does this not work as an intervention for our most struggling readers? And it did. It did not cure them. It wasn't like you went from the 2nd grade reading level to the 8th grade reading level. But the results were very positive with 1 year. On that note, I'm going to have you go to lunch. It is 11:26. I will see you back at 12:30. Thank you. Thank you. Are there burning questions that you want to ask me. Often at lunch, people have some reflection time, and they say, here's the question we want him to talk about right when we come back. Yep. For comment? Fixed and frozen. And what they talk about, not let it be frozen. They talk, let it go. Let it go.
That was the Beatles reference.
Wrong decade. What they talk about is fixed and frozen language that you can't change it once it's written that way. And that's theoretically the hardest, most complex thing. Pledge of Allegiance is fixed and frozen. Shakespeare, fixed and frozen. The Bible, fixed and frozen. There are certain texts that we don't go back and adapt and revise. And because they're stuck in time, they often become complex because our language evolves and the way we use the language. And so that becomes super complex. Then you move into academic language, which changes. Like what's today academic might look different than 100 years ago or 50 years ago, but fixed and frozen doesn't. Other comments, questions, thoughts? Yeah? I don't. So I was raised on Viejas Reservation. My family is Native American. We are part of the Apache tribe. And so it is not a mandate that I attend high school, nor my sister. And my sister chose not to. Interestingly now, my sister is Director of Oncology Nursing for Kaiser Healthcare. She did a CNA. She took her CNA license rather than go to high school. She did the LVN program, the RN program. She had to get her GED along the way. Then she got her bachelor's in nursing and her master's in nursing, and now she's oncology manager. So high school just didn't work for her. She was drinking beer at the bus stop and got in trouble. So, my sister and I finally got my mom to move out of Viejas. She moved to La Mesa, if you know San Diego at all. That's not anywhere near the city. But we were raised way out in the mountains, with land and animals, and we had a one-bedroom house. So my mom is in the living room, my sister and I shared a room. Anything else? So that's why I didn't have to go to high school if I didn't want to. You can't make me. Your laws don't apply always. Some do, some don't. I don't get money for being Native though, because my bloodline is my father's white, and my grandfather's white, and my great-grandmother is white. So my blood has been diluted to the point where I no longer qualify. But my sister married back into the tribe, so her children qualify again. Mine don't, hers do. Source of contention. Because now, we're on commercial now. So Viejas, where we grew up, our house doesn't exist now. It's a gigantic casino hotel complex. So if you drive out Interstate 8, way out like you're going to Arizona, so we get, my mother and my niece and nephew getting American dollars from the casino because that's where our land is. I don't. Yeah, really. Anything else you want to ask me? Okay. Interesting question that you asked me, given what we're doing next. You have a piece of text on your table. Or, called, I Will Fight No More Forever. Chief Joseph's surrender speech. Do you have your little hands on that one? Could you please read through for the flow of this speech? Just read it through for flow. Get a sense of his message. Let it wash over you as you read it. I can tell from your eyes that most of you are finished. I would like you to go back to this text and find the central idea and underline it. I would like you to circle any words and phrases that are confusing or probably unclear. Like, why did the author, why did the speaker include that? And I'd like you to write 2 margin notes where you restate something that Chief Joseph says, but stated in your own words. Okay, just kidding. Did you all notice you were doing that? Didn't you just read this a few seconds ago? Did I trick you into going back and rereading? Yeah. Why? I changed the text. I asked you to read for flow, and then I gave you very specific. Now you knew the annotations because we just talked about them an hour and a half ago, right? But when you change the task, you can often get kids to go back and reread. Now I know you could have done that. You could have found the central idea or your central idea. You could have written the margin notes. I'm going to show you a whole bunch of questions, more questions than I would probably really use in a lesson. We write a lot of questions. We don't necessarily use them all. I would like you in your groups to talk about this first question. Who is giving the speech? Who is delivering the speech? And what has happened? Turn your heads, move your mouth. You see that I put that weird bluish gray bar at the top and it says, what does the text say, general understanding? That's for you to know where I think I am in the lesson. If I were doing this back at school for PD, like you take this lesson back and do it with PD, the blue-gray bar shows people how the lesson progresses. If you were to use this lesson with students, get rid of that gray-blue bar. They find it very confusing. They don't know if they're supposed to talk about what does the text say or the content of the questions. Did you notice the question was pretty easy? Pretty right there? Pretty obvious? And I'm listening for you to be able to answer it to see if you got the sense of what's going on in this text. That's also known as motivational questioning. I gave you a question that I was pretty confident that you could answer correctly, and it increases your likelihood that you will try the next question, and the next question, and the next question. We kind of fell out of this. This fell out of favor. Motivational questioning fell out of favor for a while because we went to rigorous hard questions. So we give kids a piece of text and we ask them a super hard question and they can't answer it. They shut down. They stop trying for the rest of the lesson. So part of close reading is you begin with some of those motivational questions just to get kids talking about the literal level of the text. I'm going to show you two more. You don't have to talk about these. Here's some examples. Without yet knowing who Looking Glass and Tu Huhuzote are, what can we say about their roles in the decision? Now I noticed several of you look back to the text because it's an interesting enough question that you want to go find that answer. What concerns does Chief Joseph have about the health and welfare of his people, and how do you know? Are you seeing? It's still surface, right? We haven't gone any deeper than who gave the speech. But I'm just checking in that you get these details before we go deeper into the text. This was a speech, so I think some texts, like speeches, deserve to be heard, not just read. I think that's fair, right? This is a speech. When you say it out loud, it sounds a little different than when you read it with your eyes. So, and I don't think it's fair to have kids read a speech out loud or any text out loud on the first read. Cold out loud reading is malpractice. Do you all know that? Cold out loud reading is malpractice. The reader is not making sense when he or she reads out loud, and there's all kinds of miscues that are just contaminating the ears of all the listeners. Right? We know this. Your students at this point would have read this text twice. Once for flow, once for annotation, maybe a third time to find some of the details that we just talked about. So now it's a more familiar text. So when I ask a student to read it out loud, I do not ask them to read it out loud for the whole class. I ask them to read it out loud for their group. Because I want to hear smaller. I want to hear pauses and inflections and intonations. I want to hear emphasis. I want to hear prosody. I want to hear it sound like a speech. I don't mean to get up and be super dramatic, but I want to hear the language as it would have been delivered. If it was delivered in English, which it wasn't. So someone at your group, at your table, has the most points. Have you all been keeping points all day today? You know who has the most points at your table? No? Well, I'll help you. On the count of 3, you're going to point to someone at your table. And the person who gets the most points gets to be the reader. Our students like this. They know, after spending the whole day together, not yet, boys and girls. I'm still up here. I know it's so exciting you're going to point to each other. So hold on. Hold on. Hold on. You are allowed to point to yourself if you like yourself as a reader. Or you can point to someone at the table. You've been together the whole day. You know who you want to read. So you're going to point when I count to 3. You're going to count the number of points. The person with the most points gets to read. Now what's going to happen, you're going to point, there's going to be some laughing, and then it'll go quiet because the reader's going to start reading. Ready? 1, 2, 3, point. And then the reader started reading. Here's the next question we're going to talk about. What does he mean? What does Chief Joseph mean when he says, "From where the sun now stands"? I am interested in both the literal and more figurative meaning of this phrase. Don't just hang out on the literal. What does it mean figuratively as well? If you have not thanked your reader, please make sure you thank your reader and then talk about this. What is the tone of this speech? What words and phrases support your claim? Now this question often gets different groups of students to have different answers. That's a good place to bring them back together, whole group. This question, almost all the groups have the same answers, right? There's no reason to stop and bring them back together if that group has to hear what that group said and it's the same. It's a waste of time. We only bring them back together, whole class, when the answers are very different from each other and the groups have evidence. Because they want to hear something different, like we didn't think of it that way. This tone question tends to do that. On the sun, this question here about the sun stands, people say it means right now, literally. Figuratively, it means in the sunsetting of his life, in the sunsetting of his tribe, it's over, they won't be here anymore, etc. Right? So this one, some people say defiant, some people say sad. Different groups of students will have different answers of what the tone is, and they can back it up. So that's worth it to bring them back together. How does the text structure convey his mood? The last time I taught this piece of text was to 5th graders at Cherokee Point Elementary, which is a feeder school to where I work. And we were having this great conversation about this text, and it was working really well. And all the 5th grade teachers were watching me do this with 5th graders that I don't know. The principal was there, all this is going on. Because these kids are going to eventually come to our school, so I want them to know how to do this. And this boy over here is jumping out of his chair to talk. You know those kids? The ooh, ooh, ooh kids? And then their hands get heavy, and they have to hold their hand up. You know these kids? And they want to talk so badly. I gave in, which I don't usually do, because I like more group conversations than whole group conversation. But I gave in. He turned the paper on the side, and he said, "It's a bell curve." And I said, well, I kind of agree with you that it looks like a bell curve, but I don't know how that helps me understand the text. And he said, well, he's tired in the beginning, and he gets a little bit of energy, but it can't last, because he's really tired. 5th grader. And this girl over here is completely in disagreement. No, 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 no. And I said to him, get used to it. Because I'm a grown-up and I forget they're 5th graders. So I get used to it, and I called on her, and she said, it is not the bell curve. It is patterned after the rising sun. And I said, well, here's my English credential back. You can just take it now. Right? I don't know if that's true. It doesn't matter to me. What I watched was a group of 5th graders get so deep into their attempt to analyze this text that they started thinking it through in different ways. And I have not thought of it this way. It never occurred to me to turn it sideways. I didn't mean that when I said text structure. Right? I didn't mean literally the physical. But you know what? If you want to go there with it and you want to make a claim and you want to back it up, I'm okay with that. That was really cool for me when those kids did that. What is it about that last word, forever, that makes the speech so memorable? It's not necessary. I will fight no more works, it's grammatically correct. I will fight no more forever adds this weird tension at the end. You can't make me, and I won't. It's defiant and definitive. It almost is tautological. It's almost there. Scholars say that of all the speeches, surrender speeches that exist, this one survives because of that last word. Because we're not sure if he means, you can't make me, or it's over forever. Definitive or defiant. Interesting idea. I've never had to ask this question. I keep it in just to make sure that when I'm teaching this with students, I'm listening for it. Who is he referring to when he says, I want to have time to look for my children? What are the parts of the speech support your claim? Every group I've ever taught this to, at some point the kids will say, it's his tribe. He's their chief. It's his people. They get that it's not biologic relationship. But I keep it in because I'm listening for that. I want to show you a very quick video clip. This is from Hollywood, mid-70s. The Hollywood interpretation of this. We need the lights off. It's a little dim. I got this off YouTube if you ever want this. Hold on. Hold on. Hold that, hold that. There we go. Okay. Now it's your turn.
I know your heart, General Howard. What you have said before, I have it in my heart. I'm tired of fighting. Our chiefs are dead. He who led the young men, my brother, Awatat, is dead. It is the young men who say yes or no. It is cold, and we have no blankets. The little children are freezing to death. My people, some of them have run away into the hills and have no blankets, no food. No one knows where they are. Perhaps they are freezing to death. I want to have time to look for my children and see how many I can find. Maybe I shall find them among the dead. Hear me, my chiefs! I'm tired. My heart is sick and sad. From where the sun now stands, I will fight no more forever.
So Hollywood took some liberties. In the language of the standards, this is a diverse text type. Right? That's what they call it in the standards, diverse text types. How did this diverse text type validate your thinking, challenge your thinking, verify, confirm, disprove some of the things you've already been thinking about this text? Could you talk to each other about what this diverse text type did for you as you thought about it? I've read this text lots and lots of times. And in preparation, in fact, I've taught it a lot of times, but in preparation for those 5th graders, I was looking for a video so that we could watch it in a different way with different language modeling, etc. And when I saw this, and he turns away, it changed my thinking. It was really interesting. The 5th graders picked that up. One of the 5th graders said to me, "Did he turn to the mountains?" And I said, "Well, why?" And he said, "Well, then who he's talking to is different." That's really cool. And I said, "Well, I don't know if he turned to the mountains." And this 5th grader, in front of all these people, says, "Weren't you there?" No. Just because I teach it doesn't mean I lived there, right? So, and I'm watching all these adults in the back of the room loving this comment that this 5th grader makes. And I said, "No, I wasn't there." And he didn't give the speech in English, and it was published later from recall, so we don't really know. We only can hypothesize. What we do know is that he became chief of his people, of his tribe, in 1871, when his father died. 3 days before his father died, his father called him in and said to the next chief, Chief Joseph, the following. And Chief Joseph commented, so I'm wondering how this second text helps you understand the speech. What inner conflict would Chief Joseph have experienced? And do you see any evidence of that inner conflict in the words of the speech itself? Would you talk to each other about that? I would have ruined this lesson, I believe, if I showed the video first. But that used to be what we did, right? In fact, we have textbooks that say, here's the video launcher. You show video first before kids ever read anything. And I think a lot about that, the things we did, prevented kids from reading, struggling through, and getting to a whole nother level of understanding. Earlier we talked about 3 phases to close reading. What does the text say? How does text work? What does text mean? Several months ago we added a 4th phase. The kind of, if you will, after close reading phase of the close reading lesson. And we call it, what does the text inspire you to do? Because close reading should do something. None of us read a text closely, carefully, deeply, analytically to say to our friends, hey, I did a close reading yesterday. We pay attention to certain texts, not all texts, because we need to do something with them. What I'd like for you to do at your table is go around person, and say, you as a grown-up, not your students, you as a grown-up, now that you read Chief Joseph and you've been thinking about it for 20 minutes, what are you inspired to do? Do you want to present this lesson to somebody else? Do you want to share it? Do you want to have a debate on something? Do you want to write something? Do you want to sit in a circle and just talk about things that are going on, like the emotional side of this or the restitution? Do you want to research something? What would you like to do as a result of that 20 minutes? What are you inspired to do? Go around the table quickly and say, I would do this. Allow me to interrupt you. Thank you. Which of you, any of you, who among you, would like to do some sort of presentation? Present this to other people, share this. Anybody want to do some presentation? Okay. Do some of you want to have a debate on something that comes out of here? A couple of you? Does anybody want to write something? A couple of writers? I had someone recently say to me, I want to write an apology that I will never send. That's kind of cool. And she said, I'm going to go home tonight and I'm going to write this apology that I will never send. Do any of you want to sit in a Socratic seminar and talk about some of the big ideas like restitution, repair, yeah? Do some of you want to do some research and investigation? So that's a common one for this text. Do anybody want to take a test? That's an option, right? We do that sometimes. So I bring this up because I think we're going to change in the next year our close reading protocol. Right now, when kids engage in close reading, there's usually a post-close reading task, and they all have to do the same thing. And you're starting to see experimentation in my community where a teacher will say, after this reading, you can do these 3 things. Your choice. And you're starting to see some teachers say, because they've been working on choice for a while, here's a list of things you can do. What are you inspired to do? You show me how you understood the text in any of these ways. That's where I think the promise of Common Core really is turning over and sharing some of this responsibility. It's no longer you have to know these discrete ideas and facts and skills because you're going to get tested on the CSDs. It's about the kind of thinking we want students to do. And that's what I think the promise is we don't have to all have the exact same assignment for all of our kids anymore. And now, please, tomorrow, don't go to your students and say, we're going to do a close reading. Here's a laundry list of 20 things you can do. Go forth and do it. You know, I would give them 2 choices, then maybe 3 choices next month and build it. But I think over the next year, you're going to see a lot of places where students are allowed to be inspired to perform tasks after the close reading that are different from their peers. And I'm seeing it in kindergarten classrooms and in high school classrooms. I'm seeing this a lot more, that students get inspired. By the way, it makes teaching way more fun. How many more plot summaries do you want to read of Romeo and Juliet? I mean, really? By the way, we taught Romeo and Juliet this past semester. 2 weeks. Remember the old days? All we looked at was character development. There are 8 characters that stay through the whole play. We're going to look at character development, and we could do it in 2 weeks. And they got it this time. I don't have to teach every single thing, soliloquies and symbolism and everything, on that. We looked at character and how characters develop. It was amazing. It's the first time I think I've ever had 9th graders love Romeo and Juliet. Because we didn't drag them for week after week after week after week, and you get this part and you get this part. Oh, it's dreadful. So anyway, the last comment on Chief Joseph that I'd like you to have at your table. If you are in a different place with the text compared to 24 minutes ago, you understand the text better, you appreciate it more. Would you please talk at your table what part of the lesson got you there? If you're not in a different place, that's okay too. Talk about why you didn't change your thinking. But if your thinking changed, you understand the text better, or you appreciate it more, what part of the lesson got you there? What was it? Reading? Going back to the text again, did that help you? For some of you, was it the diverse text type? The video? For some of you, was it Dad's message? For some of you, was it the collaborative conversation you had? So there's all, the lesson components are what got you there. I didn't tell you what to think about this text. For some of you, was it the questions that helped you think differently about the text? See, it's that part, those parts of the lesson that get there. Now, I could have, in the old days, I could have said to you, okay, here's the situation. It's in Montana. They've traveled 1,400 miles. They're 40 miles from the Canadian border. If they would fight for 40 more miles, they would be free. They fought for 1,400 miles. They're 40 miles, but they don't know it. 40 miles from the Canadian border. Like, I could do this whole thing. Here's what was happening. There was a group of people surrounded, different tribes. The marshals had them. I could give you that. But would that be interesting to you? Now it's probably more interesting than I would have done in the beginning. That's the point about front-loading and pre-teaching. We often remove the need for students to actually read and understand the text. Because we think that's our job, to do all that front-loading and pre-teaching. I hope the collaborative conversations helped you. I hope you made good choices of where you're seated and who you chose to talk to. Because the whole idea is the people around you should help you understand more. Close reading is dialogic or peer-mediated instruction. If you can read the text yourself and answer the questions by yourself, there's no reason to do close reading. Close reading is a conversation with students talking to each other, dialogic or peer-mediated. Close reading demands collaborative conversation. In fact, I've argued that if students aren't talking to each other about the text, it's not a close reading lesson. That's a non-negotiable for me. These are my 11th graders. We have a fire academy on campus, and one of the competencies for junior year is that you have to climb our 4-story building to the top. And I put this picture in to say this. If you aren't communicating to people while you climb the 4-story building, you're going to fall. You're going to get hurt. I can't figure out jobs that don't require the ability to communicate to other people. Everything I look at, there's some amount of human interaction in that job. By the way, I bribe the kids. I teach on the 2nd floor. I bribe the kids to wash the windows as they go up and down the building. I pay them because the windows are disgusting. So the firefighters wash the windows if you bribe them. The different teachers bribe them with different things. So those are all. So they have to learn how to talk to each other. Here's the standard. It says, the outcome standard, the anchor standard, the college and career ready standard says that students will prepare for and participate in collaborations with diverse partners. Not just people that think like they think, not just their friends. They have to learn how to talk to diverse partners. And they have to learn how to build on each other's ideas and express their own clearly and persuasively. It doesn't matter to me where you sit on the pro-con side of Common Core. Would you like a society where people could do that? I would like to be in a society where people could build on each other's ideas, express their own clearly and persuasively, that they could collaborate with diverse partners. I think that's a good standard. I think it's admirable that this is not our speaking and listening standards of the past, which are really about following directions and giving presentations. That's a societal outcome that I personally value. And when I get on my soapbox about this, which I often do because I love this standard, I say this standard will end up saving marriages. I really believe that. We have to teach people how to talk to each other. If you could look at page 78, this standard, Anchor Standard 1, in all of its glory is printed there. And there are lots of versions of the standards out there. This one is unique. Nancy and I went through this standard, and we put in bold anything in a grade level that was not in a previous year. So if you teach 9th graders, look at the 9-10 standards. If it's bold, it is your job. If it is not bold, it was someone else's job before you. Not all the standards work this way. This one does. I believe this standard should be included in every single lesson plan we do. Because everything we teach, whether it's reading standards or writing standards or math standards or history standards, everything we teach has to have some sort of collaborative experience. We should always go back to the grade level expectations here. I'm going to give you the highlights, then we're going to look in more detail at this standard. So what I did, I tried to collapse the big ideas. I know there are not a lot of you in the elementary, but I want to make a point here. In grades K2, it says that students will follow the rules of discussion. That is hard work for kindergartners. Do you know that? They're not so good at this yet, are they? The standards don't say what the rules of discussion are. They leave it up to us to determine what we think of culturally. Like the rules of discussion might be different in New York than here. We get to figure out the rules of discussion. The kids have to learn how to have these discussions. Some of you work with 9th graders who don't yet know how to follow the rules of discussion. And the cool thing about this standard is that stays through the entire grade level bands. What the discussion looks like changes, but they're supposed to have discussion. In grades K2, they have to move from participation, like if you've ever been around kindergartners and first graders, they all talk at once. And they pretend to talk to each other, but they're not actually talking about the same thing. You've seen this, right? So they moved from that, just participating, to actual turn-taking. And it got me to think about something that in our standards. What's the opposite of speaking? Waiting to speak again. Right? Do you have your own personal 5-year-old or 6-year-old or 7-year-old? There's not a lot of listening happening, right? You watch it. They're not listening. They're waiting to talk again. Yes, but, right? So we're trying to get kids to do this turn-taking. And we're trying to get them to sustain that discussion by asking follow-up questions that are related to the topic at hand. That's hard, isn't it? Because kindergarten, first graders, and second graders are very good at asking questions. And it's like a ping pong everywhere, right? Here's a new question, here's a new question, here's a new question. In grades, and by the way, all those K2, all those standards are with adult support. In grades 3, 5, it's exactly the same standards without adult support, and they should be prepared for the discussion. That means they should have brainstorm, they should have notes, they should have annotations. They're supposed to come to the discussion ready. So anybody who teaches grades 3 and above, an expectation that you should have in your classroom is that kids come prepared to their discussions. And if they're not, we're not meeting the standard. It also says they have to learn how to yield and gain the floor. Now, what this means is it's not all teacher-mediated conversation in the classroom. It's not me calling you, then me calling you, me calling you. It's sometimes, not always, but sometimes the students learn how to have a conversation where they learn how to yield and gain the floor. They have to pose and respond to questions, and they have to move from explaining their own ideas to explaining the ideas of others. So if I call on you, I should be able to say to another student, what did you hear her say, and do you agree or disagree? That starts in 3rd grade, and all the way through 12th grade. In middle school, they should have evidence as they probe and reflect. That's where the evidence becomes very much a feature, that anybody who teaches grade 6 and above should expect evidence in the conversations the kids are having. They should have goals and deadlines for their discussions. Now, I'll tell you, 2 years ago, when I have a project with my 9th graders, I would list out, first you do this, then you do this, turn in this step on the first week, turn in this, and then I'd write a whole task analysis. Not anymore. Because in middle school, they should have learned how to have conversations that include goals and deadlines. So the first meeting of a project group, their very first conversation is, when are we going to agree to things, what's our deadline, what's our goal? Because they're supposed to learn that in middle school. They have to ask questions across multiple speakers, not of a single speaker, and they have to learn how to incorporate or acknowledge new information. In grades 9 and 10, they have to have prepared research. They have to have formal votes and consensus-making or decision-making processes and procedures in their groups. They have to hear and explore and explain a full range of options. You'll see in a lot of our videos, kids will say, you haven't talked yet, what do you think? Where they're inviting others into the conversation. That's because of that standard right there. We've actively taught them to encourage their group members to talk. And the last point is the hardest one for the 9th graders. Summarize and synthesize points of disagreement, not just points of agreement. They're very good at saying, we agreed on this, but she thinks that. That's not what we're talking about. In grade 11, 12 is where the humor comes in this standard. In grade 11, for the first time, it says students will have civil and democratic discussions. Apparently, they can be rude and disrespectful until they're juniors, at which time they can have civil. And then we use questions to probe reasoning and to probe evidence. We probe on the reasons behind your argument and the evidence. We don't attack people. We probe the reasons and the evidence. We learn how to resolve contradictions. And we determine what additional information is needed before we make a decision. That's what 11th and 12th graders are expected to do in California. And sadly, there are schools where the faculty could not live up to the 11th and 12th grade standards. I really believe that. There are faculties in schools that don't live up to that. In San Diego, we took the 11th and 12th grade speaking and listening standards, you have a copy of them right there, and we made them our ground rules for our faculty discussions. Because if the 11th and 12th graders should do it, we're grown-ups, we already finished 11th and 12th grade, we should live up to those standards. What I'd like you to do is go back to that page 78. Choose your grade level, or a grade level represented in your school, and just read through what's supposed to happen. What's your job in that grade level? And then spend a few minutes talking to people at your table. What's unfamiliar? What's familiar? What will be easy? What do we need to really work on with students in our grade levels? Remember that to-do list from this morning? And it said things like purpose-driven, model thinking, reflect on homework. The next one that I would like on your to-do list, number 4, is use speaking and listening standard 1 in every lesson. I don't know how you plan lessons that don't include this standard. Because if we say kids need to talk to each other and collaborate using academic language, This is the guideline for what they do in those conversations. In our old standards, we could say, I'm working on reading standard 1. That's my lesson. But in these standards, it's not that easy. You're always teaching multiple standards simultaneously. They're very different. These standards are way more integrated than our last set of standards. So you're always working on speaking and listening standard 1. In fact, I think this standard is the link between the reading and the writing standards. Is this talking. We call it the pivot standard because it's so important to get kids to talk so that they can then be prepared to write. It's that important to us to get that depth. So that's number 4 on your to-do list, is always plan lessons with the speaking and listening standard 1. It seems easy that 11th and 12th grade, especially 9th and 10th, is not that much of a stretch. But remember, the 9th and 10th and 11th and 12th grade is still doing all the stuff that the kindergartners did, but they're doing it with texts that are now in the 1100s, 1200s, and 1300s. So we've ratcheted up the text complexity and those conversations. Kids, when they're stressed and they don't think they know what the text means, they don't talk to each other. So we got to have conversations about complex text. That's what we're trying to accomplish here. We're going to take another short break. Could we do 10 minutes this time? Because we just quit, right? We'll be back together. We'll be learning some more. Passing period in school is only 6. This seems very excessive to me, but there are a lot of you. So, we've been talking about collaborative learning, and I want to give you our thinking on this. We see collaborative learning as kind of an umbrella, kind of an overarching term. We think of it, the 2 sub-places are group work and productive group work. I'm trying to find the page. So we think of both, what happens in group work and what happens in productive group work. And they both involve interaction. And if you didn't have the PowerPoint printed right now, I would have you make a tool like this with a Venn diagram on the front, because I like to have kids take notes where they have to flip things and move things and put them in. But you have the PowerPoint, so it would be a waste of your time to write them all down. So, group work versus productive group work. They both relate, they both involve interaction, and they both have opportunities for students to practice language and develop language. That's where they're in common. Here's where they are different. Group work is good when you want someone to clarify. Clarify your values, your beliefs, your ideas, your opinions. It's good to clarify. What you have done a lot of today, that conversation time, is group work. The productive group work you did today was the conversation roundtable, where you were individually accountable for it and I could collect it and look at it. Productive group work is good when you want someone to consolidate their understanding because they're using argumentation. They're saying things like, I agree with you, I disagree with you, those kinds of things. How'd you find that, where'd you find that, etc. I am not saying that productive group work is better than group work. They're different. What's your purpose for learning today, and what instructional routine will get kids to that purpose? There's nothing wrong with turn to your partner and talk, if it matches your purpose. Back to group work. The goal is to share. Group work allows more kids to share. Productive group work is around problem solving, figuring something out. Group work has no accountability or only group accountability. Remember the old days? Here's a PowerPoint you're going to make, and they did that divide and conquer. Remember that? And all the backgrounds were different, and all the fonts were different. Remember those days? That's a group work because the grade is for the group. Productive group work has individual accountability. The teacher knows what each kid contributed, thought, did, completed, etc. We did an entire year of PD in our district just on collaborative learning. An entire year. 1 year, that was the entire lens for the year, just on collaborative learning. And I would be willing to bet that you could go to San Diego that year, 2005-06 school year, and I would be willing to bet you could go to any classroom in any school and say to the teacher, what is collaborative learning, why is it important, how do you do it? I would bet you $20 that teacher could answer. Our PD was pervasive. It was amazing. I would bet you $100 that if you went to that teacher's classroom, you would not see collaborative learning. We got high levels of knowledge and low levels of implementation. And that was kind of frustrating. So Nancy and Assistant Superintendent John, and Emma, Assistant Superintendent, and Nancy and me, and several of us would go around and we'd get groups of teachers to talk in focus groups, and we'd say to them, how come we know so much about collaborative learning, but we don't see it in the classroom? And we spent a lot of time late spring asking that question. The two most common answers we got. Number one, my principal expects a quiet classroom. Number one. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, it doesn't matter, so I said to the principals, put out a memo. I do not expect a quiet classroom. I also don't expect cocktail parties to break out in your classroom, right? So if you're a principal in here, some people perceive that good teaching is quiet. And if we don't clarify that for people, they tend to believe that if their class is noisy, productive, that they're going to get in trouble. So we have to clarify that. Number two, I think this is the real reason why we didn't see implementation. Teacher after teacher after teacher after teacher after teacher after teacher said to us, when I was in blank grade, my teacher did group work. No one in the group did it. I did it. They got the grade for me. Wasn't fair. Over and over and over. And in one of these focus group sessions, Nancy and I were driving back from Chula Vista, and we were talking about this, and I said to her, you know, schools are filled with grown-ups who were good at school. Do you know that about yourselves? Some of you are shaking your head no, you're all in the back, I see you. Why you would do this now that you know me this well is beyond me, but you did, you shook your head no. So you became teachers as therapy for what happened to you when you were in school. The rest of us were the good boys and girls in school. When our teacher said do this, we did it even if no one else did it. Do you all have those experiences? You all can think of a time when you did group work where no one else did it? See what happened to you? You're drawing on your 3rd grade or 5th grade or 9th grade or college experience, and 30 years later you are bitter about this, right? It wasn't fair back then. Don't do that to your students. So we did a whole bunch of clarification on the summer about the difference between group work and productive group work. You can add individual accountability to the lesson. You can. You don't have to. When we started doing this, all of a sudden we saw group work, productive group work, rapidly increase because people understood they could choose to hold kids accountable or not. Do any of you have that student in class who says to you, teacher, I work better alone? You know what that kid's really saying to you? I am sick of doing the work for the rest of the group. And they really haven't had a lot of true productive group work experience. And they are rightfully so, sick of doing the work for the rest of the group. One of the questions I get is how do you form the groups for productive group work? The best evidence, but not perfect, is called alternate ranking. Let's say you have class sizes of 40. Do you have class sizes of 40? Yeah, close enough. Close enough. For my math, 40 is good, right? Class size of 40. I'm not recommending it. I just know that some places 40, 38, 37. So let's say you have a class of 40. You give a writing assessment, a math assessment, a reading assessment, whatever your most current formative assessment is. You list students by name, from your highest performing student to your lowest performing student. You cut the list at the midpoint and you put the two side by side. So I cut it after student 20, I put them side by side. And you form groups across. Student 1, student 2, student 21, and 22 are a group of 4. That means the high performing kids are with mid-performing kids. Mid-performing kids with low-performing kids. It's the best evidence we have for how to form groups. It's not perfect, but it's better than anything else the researchers have ever come up with. And that came out of UCLA. Jeannie Oakes and her colleagues talked about what do we know about grouping kids. That's the best evidence we have. Now you all know, those of you who work with adolescents, sometimes their social lives interfere with our grouping. Right? You're on Facebook and you notice they broke up last night because that's how they break up now. You all know this, right? They change their relationship status, and then the one comes in, he changed his relationship status last night. And what do you say in your mind? I have to change my groups now. Right? That happens to all of us, right? So you know there are social weirdnesses, like your shoelaces are red, you cannot be in the group with him, at least in the beginning of the school year, because you two will fight. I know that. So don't move them more than one group up or down, because you will throw off all the rest of the groups. But every once in a while with teenagers, there's some social dynamics that you just need to move a kid here or there, one up or down. But if you use alternate ranking to form the groups, it's the best evidence we have to keep the groups productive. What does this look like in the classroom? The most common things I see for group work, this is the group work side, no accountability. Turn to your partner and do this, say this, you've done that a lot today. It's very common. Think, pair, square, that's not a typo. Think, pair, joins another think, pair, and they square up. It doubles the amount of talking. I'm not big on the sharing out whole class because it's redundant so often to what they just said in their group. Carousel usually involves hanging something on the wall, some sort of images, charts, posters, whatever, and kids walk the room talking about the images on the wall. More commonly, I'm seeing teachers take pictures of their students at work and use carousel as a review. Like a biology teacher who takes pictures of her students over a 3-week unit, plain paper prints them on a review day, hangs the pictures of her students at work on the wall. The kids walk in partners and talk about what they're seeing, and their test scores go up because they're activating all that experience. That's a carousel. Novel ideas only is the most common for me. This is one I use a lot. You write down 3 things, like 3 things the character might do, 3 predictions you have, 3 things you've learned today, whatever it is, 3 things. Everybody stands up. You start randomly calling on students. You say one, 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 and they have to listen. If someone says one of theirs, they check it off. When all of their items are checked off, even if they never spoke or if they did speak, when their items are checked off, they sit down. When you start this, if you did this tomorrow as a closing activity in your classroom, you'd get about 5 ideas out there and everyone would be down. Then you introduce survivor. The last person standing gets some sort of recognition. I don't know where are they allowed to give candy here? Is that a rule? Oh, I love this district. See, we're allowed to give candy. Sometimes I go to districts and they're like, it is forbidden by district policy to give kids candy. Better learning through chocolate, I like that. So right now I'm using, do you remember the little Smartie Pops that came in a little, they're like 10 candies and they're a little plastic wrapper with a twist on the side? Smarties. Right? Like 10 of them, right? Here's how sinister they are now. That company took one of the little package of them, 10 or whatever, one, and put it on a little stick. It's so cool. So it's one Smartie on a little tiny pop. And you can buy them on Amazon, 500 for $20. It's so awesome. You won. It's so awesome. But they like it. It's good. Actually, I give them 3 when they win. So, because I can afford 3. So that's my current. I used to give kudos bars, but 5 periods a day, 5 kudo bars, that adds up. And that's expensive. Smartie Pops, super inexpensive. So now they're super competitive with each other because they want to be the one still standing. The rule is, if you're seated and someone repeats something that's already been said, you can disqualify that person, and that means you automatically win the Smartie Pops. So I have all the seated kids listening to see, oh, Delasia already said that, you're out. They do this to me. I win. It's a very fun, very quick review, and think of all the language you get out there. Like if we're reading something and I say, write down 3 plausible things this character might do in the next chapter, then we have all these ideas out there in a matter of minutes. I think we should teach all the way to the bell. I hate hearing the backpacks zip. And if I have these kinds of activities, they can't get to their backpacks because they're standing up and sitting down and paying attention and all that kind of stuff. So that's novel ideas only. Opinion stations is one that I also use. That corner is the strongly agree, that is the agree, that is the disagree, that is the strongly disagree corner. In fact, it is now painted on the walls at our schools. Those of you who were at school, you saw this. It's painted on the wall because we do this so often. The custodians were getting tired of us taping signs and then tearing them down and ripping the paint and taping signs. So they painted it on the wall for us. All we have a conversation, we talk about something, then kids get up and go to the corner that represents their beliefs, and they talk to people who have similar beliefs to clarify their understanding. You can then fold the line or split the line where they have to talk to someone with a different belief. I don't do that very often. I think it's enough that they talk and understand why. Do you remember last January when California had a new law called the distracted driver law? Not the cell phone, anti-cell phone law, not the anti-texting law. The distracted driver law says that law enforcement can pull you over and cite you if you are distracted while you are driving. The examples in the law are applying makeup, shaving, and eating. Now, so kids all think you're no longer allowed to eat as a driver. That's not what the law says. The law says you can't be distracted by your food. But it doesn't say you can't eat. So we read some of the excerpts of the actual law passed by California's Congress, and then they got to go to a corner. Do you strongly agree with this law? Do you agree with this law? Do you strongly disagree? Disagree? Do you strongly disagree? They all went over there. And I don't care where they go. It doesn't matter. But now they know the law, don't they? They can disagree with it, but they know the law because they read it and they went to their opinion station. Oh, and they complained bitterly about this law, but they know it. Here are the productive group work examples. Conversation roundtable you already did. So you have that one, you know that one. Collaborative poster, either an 11 by 17 inch piece of paper or a regular poster paper. Each student gets a different color marker. They can only contribute to the poster in writing in that color. And they sign their name in that color. So you walk around and you say, I see you wrote this in red, tell me more about your thinking. I see you wrote this in purple, tell me more about your thinking. It just adds individual accountability to the group. Some of you cynics in here are saying, what if she tells her what to write in the purple marker? That's called collaborative learning. Right? I don't care if they tell each other the answers. I care about the language they use. It doesn't matter to me if she says the answer is 24. What I want to hear is, how did you know that? Why did you know that? I agree with you. I disagree with you. How did you figure that out? That's what I want to hear. So we don't care if students give each other the answers. What we want to do is get them talking about it. They're going to be held individually accountable later. They're going to show their knowledge later. The collaborative is about talking. I disagree that numbered heads together belongs on this list, but that's where the district puts it, so I kind of leave it there. Numbered heads together is a Kagan strategy. Each table has a number, and each student at the table has a number. You have a conversation, you roll the dice, it's person 2. So person 2 at each table, make sure that person can answer. Then you roll the dice a second time, and you call on table number. Table 4, person 2 needs to answer. Do you think that, think about it this way. From the kid's perspective, there's individual accountability. Right? Because they don't know who's going to get called on. From the teacher's perspective, there's not. Because I don't know what each of you think. I would put numbered heads together on the group work side, but our district lays it on the productive group work side. So it is what it is. Reciprocal teaching, there are 4 roles: predictor, summarizer, questioner, clarifier. There are 4 roles, right? If you've done any reading about reciprocal teaching, 1 student predicts, 1 student clarifies, 1 student questions, 1 student summarizes. It's used with informational text. It's very common, huge research base. If you've read John Hattie's Visible Learning, it's one of the ones in there, strong research base. Because kids have a job, a role, predictor, summarizer, questioner, clarifier, there's individual accountability for the role. The same with literature circles. You have a job, you have a role in your literature circle. You're the discussion director. That's individual accountability, and you have notes for your discussion. One of the problems that we saw happen with literature circles, if there were 5 jobs, that meant there were 5 kids in a group. If there were 4 jobs, there were 4 kids in a group. There's no research evidence that says the groups need to be the same size. But because of these role assignment sheets, we all started forming groups that were the same size. Do you know students right now who would be better off in a partnership? Give them a partnership. There's no evidence it's going to hurt them. That means each partner has to take on 2 jobs. Could you go to a group of 5? And kids could share jobs? Absolutely. There's no evidence that the groups have to be the same size. I was in a classroom, this is many years ago, but I was in a classroom and it stands out to me. The teacher said, you 4 in a group, you 4 in a group, you 4 in a group. He's absent today. We'll do groups tomorrow. What, because there wasn't a 4? We can't do groups now? So we have to not get so rigid on that. The other thing we need to be avoiding for the productive group work, we had this mistake decade, and that was the form that you fill out, the individual accountability form that you fill out about the other members of your group. Remember that form? Remember this? At the end of your making a PowerPoint, you write out a secret form to your teacher of what each person in the group contributed. Remember that? That's called the rat out your friends form. It is. And kids don't tell the truth on it. And if you ever tell what happened in a group, someone's marginalized because they did tell the truth. So be very careful. It is not a student's job to evaluate peers. It's not in their work job description. It is our job to evaluate students' performance. It is their job to evaluate their own performance. It is not their job to evaluate another peer. And I think we're very dangerous when we have kids evaluating their peers. And I didn't say giving peer response and peer feedback, because audience matters on some of that stuff that we do with peer feedback, but it is not an evaluation role. Students should not be evaluating each other. In fact, we list it as forbidden malpractice to put kids in an evaluation role. Because if they don't like the evaluation, it can cause all kinds of bullying and harassing and problems like that. The next to the last one, Jigsaw, has mostly been ruined by professional development providers. So what I see a lot when I go to these kind of sessions is divide and conquer, and they call it Jigsaw. Have you been to that? Like we go to an after-school meeting, I brought you this article or this chapter or whatever, and we don't have a lot of time, so would you divide it up and then talk about your parts? That is malpractice. Jigsaw says you first talk to people who read the same part as you. Then you go, that's called your expert group. Then you go to your home group where people have read across the article. Then you go back to your expert group to debrief what just happened. It's a 3-part process. I have never been in a training for grown-ups where I saw Jigsaw done correctly. And we replicate things we experience as learners, don't we? So let's say you go to a training and they say to you, yeah, we have 20 minutes, so could you read this chapter? You take the first, you take the second, and then teach each other the stuff. And then you go back up, oh, that's cool. Go back to my classroom, I'll do it. If you have a struggling reader in your classroom, and that kid did not understand the section of the text that was assigned, that kid is now spreading misinformation to the rest of the group. That's not fair. So Jigsaw says, you first read your part, you clarify with your expert group, then you go to your home group across the text, then you go back to your expert group to address misconceptions. So if we're going to use Jigsaw, we need to be using it correctly. So the PD providers in the district, we're going to hold them accountable. If they ever dare say Jigsaw here, it's going to be done right. Because we shouldn't be doing things we wouldn't want replicated. The last one, walking review. I'm aware that some of our adoptions in the past, our textbook adoptions, came with workbooks. Remember those workbook pages? And a lot of it's like independent work and they sit and do it by themselves, which is super boring and bad instruction. Actually, it's no instruction. It's just independent work. So if you have those workbook pages, rip them out. Don't let kids do them by themselves. Give each kid a workbook page. Get them to stand up. They're not allowed to write on their own paper, but they have to find a different person for each one of those answers who will write their name next to that answer. So let's say I have Anthony. And Anthony doesn't know how to do this. He's not, right? And Anthony sits alone, and Anthony does it. I'm going to know as a teacher, in a boring way, that Anthony did not understand the workbook page, right? I will also know that Anthony doesn't know it when I look on 6 different people's papers that Anthony wrote on. Now, some of you say, well, isn't that spreading this information? I'm not asking them to do much other than trade the papers and talk and write it down. So I'm still getting an inventory. So if you have those shut-up sheets, the photocopies of the below grade level practice that came with your workbook pages, your textbooks, they have those papers that you tear up. So if you have those and you want to use them like this, like kids. I have large classes. Some of you come to school, you know that. We use settlers and explorers. Half the room is settler, half the room is explorer. So when it's time to go find a partner, only the explorers stand up. The settlers stay in their chairs. That limits the movement in the room. And explorers can only find a settler. It does no good for an explorer to find an explorer, because then there are settlers waiting. It also doesn't work when 2 settlers turn their chair and talk to each other, because then the explorers don't have a partner. They have to understand the rules. But it limits the movement if you want them to find partners if you introduce settlers and explorers. So it's a lot of different instructional routines. I don't know anybody who uses all of them. We pick and choose based on our purpose, what we want kids to do productively or collaboratively with their peers. Now that I think about that, the task that we ask kids to do, by the way, this is only the 3rd time I've ever talked about this part, so kind of weird for me. So we do it at our school, but I haven't done it with, you're the 3rd group I've talked to this about. You all know the word rigor. We're all talking about rigor. Nobody apparently looks that word up in the dictionary because it doesn't mean what we think it means. Rigor mortis, right? Right. So the popular use of rigor means making things hard, making things difficult, making things complex. So I've been playing around with this. Nancy and I have had a lot of conversations about this. Everyone wants to have rigor. Everyone wants to be like the rigorous teacher. The grades are rigorous, and expectations. So when I take that apart, I think rigor is a balance between difficulty and complexity. Difficulty is how much work you have to do, how much effort you have to put forth. Complexity is how much thinking, processing, how many steps. I don't think it's good that we just make school harder and harder and harder for kids and call that rigorous. And I think that's what a lot of districts have done. 5 more hours of homework does not make it any more complex. It just makes school harder. 9 more math problems doesn't change the complexity, it changes the difficulty. We really need to think about, if I have 2 levers, how can I push some difficulty and some complexity? Not just use all difficult, all hard. And I think that's where I'm going with this. So I put a couple release sample items from our new assessments here. How about this item? There's no sentence with the word underlined. There's no paragraph that you can read. There's no context clues. You either know this word or you don't know this word. It's not a complex item, is it? Not complex. You either know it or you don't know. It's not, there's no processing skills. There's no multiple steps. There's nothing. You either know it or you don't. Will some students find this hard? And some students will. This is a measure of difficulty, not complexity. Look at the next problem from our sample upcoming assessment item. I would argue this is a complex problem, but not a difficult one. There's a lot of steps here, and if you know the steps, you don't have to use math at all. It's like a process of elimination. You get an estimate, it's less than a mile. The detour is less than a mile, so I'm looking for an answer that adds less than a mile to the original. This is not difficult. It's complex. There's this guy named Mark. Mark has memorized pi and can recite pi to 15,314 digits. I don't know why. That's the obvious question, but that's not the question I have the answer to. I think we get so enamored with hard tasks, not complex tasks. We're like, wow, he can recite pi. This is a memorization task, right? It's memorization. It's hard, but it's not complex. And we got to be very careful of getting too fascinated with difficulty when we should be fascinated with complexity. And I think we're running a little bit of a danger there. I also worry, and I have no idea what your district is doing about this, I worry that I hear administration saying, we got to get higher on the Bloom's taxonomy, or we got to get higher on DOK, depth of knowledge. I want to see more 3s and 4s. There is no bad place to be in depth of knowledge. In fact, Norman Webb says, I wish I wouldn't have called them levels, because 1 is just as important as 4. They're just different kinds of knowledge. It's not like your goal is to always have things in the 3s and 4s. Here's my proof of this. So evaluation is kind of considered a higher order skill, right? The ability to evaluate. So on a scale of 1 to 10, can you evaluate the quality of your lunch? That's evaluation, right? Here, a what question, a recall question is supposed to be low order, right? Could you describe the chemical composition of your lunch? Right? 1 is way harder, but we get enamored with, oh, it's an evaluation now. But that doesn't mean it's complex. So here's what we've been working on in our school. If we're going to differentiate instruction, if we're going to differentiate for English learners and students with disabilities, and by the way, we're very successful with kids with disabilities. We're recognized for our achievement on kids with disabilities because we differentiate on difficulty, not on complexity. 9 more math problems is going to make it frustrating and hard for that kid, but not change the complexity. We are working very hard to differentiate on difficulty, not on complexity, and kids respond well. Here's our last PD session that we had at school. Put these quadrants up. There's a quadrant that says low difficult, low complex, high low, low high, high high. There's no bad place to be. I argue, that note-taking, like right now, note-taking, is a low difficult, low complex task. Low, low. Is it important? Sure. In fact, when they go to college, they better know how to take notes. It's just not hard, it's not complex. When you go back and review your notes and you write your summaries at the bottom and you synthesize your notes, now you've moved the complexity up, but it's still not hard. There's no bad place to be. The thing that would be bad is if a quadrant was missing. So I want you to think about your classes, the things you teach, the assignments you ask kids to complete. Are there a range of assignment types in your class? Do some of the things you ask students to do require low complexity and low difficulty? Do some things you ask kids to do require a lot of difficulty, like perseverance and sweat, but not very complex? Are there other things that are complex, but not very difficult? And are there things that are both difficult and complex? Now our goal is not to push everything we ask kids to do into the high quadrant. School would be miserable, right? But we want to make sure we're doing all of those things. So I think about like a 3-week-long unit. Shouldn't we get them to the high complexity, high difficulty at some points? But some points, shouldn't it be about automaticity and fluency? Yeah. So would you spend a few minutes thinking about talking about what are things you see, assignments and tasks, and where do they fit in these quadrants? At our last PD session at school, each course, English 9, algebra, geometry, biology, each of us took this on graph paper, which had been photocopied on graph paper, and we graphed our assignment. Not just in the quadrant, like how far into the quadrant. On our syllabus, we did a syllabus analysis, and we started noticing there are very few things we ask kids to do that are in the high quadrant. That we just haven't done that. Our syllabus just doesn't include a lot of things that are highly difficult and highly complex. Close reading is one of the ones that we would put in that. The texts are hard and the thinking we expect kids to do is hard. Some of the writing tasks we give them are in the high. But not a lot of other things. So it served as an inventory, a reflection for next year about what we need to do to have better balance of the tasks and assignments we ask kids to complete. So I put that out there just for you to start thinking about. If we want to get kids to these high levels, as noted in the Common Core, the assignments, tasks, and things that they do have to mirror that so they get feedback on it. Which is the last access point, is the formative assessments. What are the formative assessments we look at, we use to guide our thinking? Feedback is not enough. Giving students feedback doesn't change their performance. Feedback transfers responsibility back to the learner. They already gave it to you the best way they knew how. Especially feedback on summative tasks. I think you all waste 100 hours a year, easy, giving feedback on summative tasks. So they give you an essay, a project, a PowerPoint or whatever, that's the culminating, that's the summative. We have them turn it in with a rubric attached. They do that because I don't have the time to be stapling rubrics to their work. They do that when they turn it in. I read it through. I circle the score on the rubric. I underline why they got a 3 or a 2 or a 1 or a 5 or whatever. Underline. That's it. I don't write anywhere on their work. Why? What do students want on summative tasks? They want to know how they did and what they got. And then they throw it away. Or they put it on their refrigerator. Or they cram it in their backpack. Or they lose it. Right? We should spend more of that time on the formative tasks that kids do, not the summative tasks. We're wasting a lot of time thinking that our 2 week later that we return those essays is changing their achievement. It's not. I'll show you how. I'm going to try and prove it to you with TV. Feedback is not always effective.
I figure 75% to you, Mom, and 25% divided between the 5 of us. You, that crowbar, myself, Tom, and the baby. That makes 5% for each one of us.
Billy, you're cheating yourself. If there's 25% divided among the 5 of you, that's 14% apiece.
Oh, no, listen, Pop. I wouldn't cheat you. You know I wouldn't. Now, look here. I'll show you. We're going to run this out here. And now, 25 divided by 5 is 5. You see, the 5 won't go into 2, will it? No. But 5 goes into 25 5 times, you see?
No, you're wrong, Billy. Now, I'm pretty good mathematician. Now, 5 into 25, 5 won't go into 2, will it?
No.
But 5 goes into 5 once. Now, we didn't use the 2 before, so it's right down here. Now, 5 into 20 goes 4 times. There you are. 5 into 25, 14.
No, look, Pop. Let me prove it to you now by modification. 5 times 5. 5 times 5 is 25.
I'm surprised you're learning.
Huh?
I'm surprised that you're learning. Now I'll show you. 5 times 14 is 25. 5 times 4 is 20. 5 times 1 is 5. 25. That's it.
No, look, Pop. Look, you're wrong there because I'll prove it to you. We'll put down 5 14s here. 14, 14, 14. There. Now I'll prove to you by addition that 5 14s is not 25. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20,
21, 22, 23, 24, 25. There you are. Better brush up, Billy. I want to see you boys cheating.
Don't we feel like that some days? I would argue, I'm aware this is only TV, I would argue that the feedback made it worse. They were more convinced of their wrong answer after the interaction, because feedback puts the learner in a defensive position. John Hattie talked about it as feed forward rather than feedback, or actionable feedback, some people call it. It's not enough just to give kids back their work. Feed forward. What are we going to do about the patterns that we see in their work? It involves misconceptions, error analysis, and error coding. If you could look at page 141, there's a sample error analysis tool there. I believe it's for 7th graders, and it's on standard 5. And you will see, here's the standard. Here are the common errors we expect students to make when they are learning that standard. And then we put in the boxes the students' initials who actually make that error. Do I have to write all over their paper to do that? No. I just need to catalog it because I need to know which kids to bring back up for more group instruction, whole group and small group, based on the patterns of errors that I'm seeing in their work. See, one of the problems with feedback when we write all of our students' work and we give it back to them, all the data's gone. So you end up having to remember the most common errors. And you teach the most common errors that you can remember, which doesn't seem very precise to me. What's more precise is recording the error patterns and then figuring out your grouping patterns. Here's an example. It's hard to see, but you don't need to read all the words. I just want to show you the pattern here. 3rd period's prep. Here's a bunch of errors. It's the first page of a writing assignment analysis. And you see all these initials in this box? If PowerPoint would let me, it would go down. Supporting evidence, 4th period. That is a global error. More than 80% of the kids' initials are in that box. That means we have to reteach 4th period supporting evidence. Somehow they didn't get it. But if you wrote lack of supporting evidence all over students' work, would you remember that the problem clustered in 4th period? I never did before. They would have all got the repeated lesson. And I would have wasted the time of 1st period, 2nd period, and 5th period. It would have been a waste of time. There are a couple kids in each of those classes that need work on supporting evidence, but not the whole class. So what we do when we read their work and we record the errors, then we meet with them either in small groups, that's called targeted errors, or whole class, global errors, and we do reteaching with them based on the patterns of errors that we see. Last school year, this is from last school year, I was doing my error analysis. Nancy and I were with our brand new 9th graders last year. We were 3 weeks in. It was our first big writing assignment, maybe 3.5 weeks in. We had done our error analysis. It wasn't summative yet, so we did all of this. There were 3 students in 9th grade who had mid-sentence capitalization errors. You know the 9th graders shouldn't do that, right? That should be taken care of like in 4th grade. But they had mid-sentence cap. So their initials were in the box for the period, so I called them over. Nancy was doing whatever she was doing. I was meeting with these 3 kids. They were not marked on their papers. I had it on my error sheet. And I said to the 3 students, I'd like you to take your finger, and I'd like you to start reading until you come to a word that is capitalized that is not the first word in a sentence, and stop on that word. The boy here comes to the word fun, F-U-N, capitalized. And I said to him, well, why is fun capitalized? And he said, I'm trying to emphasize it. You know, like fun. Okay, I get it. Well, that's wrong. If you made all 3 letters capital, or bold, or italics, or underlined, it would show emphasis, not error. And he said, oh, okay. Do you know that I don't need to say anything else to him now, right? That's called a mistake. When pointed out and the learner knows what to do next, it does not require any more instruction. That is a mistake. That is different from an error. An error is when pointed out, the learner has no idea what to do next. That requires instruction. He had a mistake. He was trying to emphasize something. He didn't do it well. He got it immediately. Off he goes to fix his paper. That's a mistake. Now, sometimes in my past, even when I found a mistake, I can't help myself but teach and talk. So here's how you know to capitalize. Do you ever do that? You over-teach. When it's a mistake, let them go. Stop talking. The girl sitting next to him is reading and reading. She comes to the word surprise. Why is surprise capitalized? And remember, we've only known each other about 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks. And she looks at me like I am the stupidest adult she's ever met. She says to me, it's a noun. So apparently my eyes hurt from when she said that, and because I started blinking apparently, and she said, you know, a noun, a person, place, or thing. And I said, well, yeah, I know what a noun is, but are all nouns capitalized? And she again thought I was stupid, and she said, no, only proper nouns are capitalized, like a surprise. I said, sit down. You're going to be here a while. That's an error, right? She really did not understand that. That's going to be a lot more work than him saying to me, oh, I got it. Okay, I can emphasize a word in a different way than writing a capital letter for the first one. We have to get better at tracking these errors so we know what to teach. This, I think, is truly formative assessment. Most of what I see called formative assessment, I don't think is formative assessment. Because formative assessment to me requires an analysis of students' work and action being taken on their work. Instructional action, not correcting the errors the teacher identified. 4th period, global error with evidence. This is Heather. This is her class. By the way, this one here is reactionary. She's reading papers and she's recording errors as she's finding them. The example you have there is proactive. We work together to figure out what errors we would look for. We do both. Sometimes it's more proactive. Here's the errors we think they're going to make. Sometimes it's more reactive. This is the first page of Heather's. So I want to have you watch 4th period, where she's going to reteach just 4th period some stuff about evidence.
This weekend, I read your literacy letters, and thinking back to the plagiarism competency that we took, along with the literacy letters that I was reading this weekend, we have a gap in our learning and how we can explain our thinking using evidence. So for example, it's that second paragraph in our literacy letters where we are explaining our own thinking that is causing us some problems and some confusion. So today we're going to use sentence frames that are going to help us write using academic language and also allow us to use evidence to support our statements. Your half sheet has exactly what's on these two charts. These are called sentence starters or sentence frames. I'd like you kids right now to take a minute and glue this into your journals so that we do not lose it, and then we always have it as a reference tool for our literacy letters. This weekend, I was at the end of my book, and I started to mark, using Post-its, some of my aha moments. So, for example, in this part, I'm like, why did the mafia boss, Desorio, kill the assassin? Like, it didn't make sense to me. Why would a mafia boss kill his own assassin who does all the killing for him? And let me show you kids how I would use the sentence frames myself in a literacy letter. I want to give away who the killer is in this book because some of you kids might actually read this. Dear Miss Anderson, I'm still reading Don't Blink by James Patterson and Howard Ruffin. I finally finished the book and was surprised to find out that blank was the mastermind behind all of the killings. I never thought that guy or that woman was capable of doing all of that. The end of the book was a roller coaster ride, which is characteristic of most James Patterson's novels. So now I'm on my second paragraph, and I need to capture one of my aha moments. And one of my aha moments, my big ones, was this Doug character, okay? So, looking at my sentence frames, I want to use this to capture my own thinking. So, I originally believed that Doug was after Nick to try to murder him. I thought that Doug was working for the mafia. Boy, was I wrong. Okay? So, the evidence, here comes a sentence frame, shows that Doug was not mafia, but rather FBI. The reason that I know that is because James Patterson says at the end of that chapter, this is Nick talking, I thought he wanted to kill me, only now here he was, saving my life. He wasn't with the mafia, he was against them. It was as clear as the three letters emblazoned, meaning giant, like big, bright, emblazoned on his jacket, FBI. Huh. So, but rather FBI. So how did I know that? What told me that he was FBI? The last part of the chapter, right? So can you kids see a sentence frame on your list or on the chart that would work for me to explain how I know that Doug is FBI? Using one of the sentence frames.
I reached this conclusion by...
Excellent. I reached this conclusion by reading the end of the chapter where Doug saves Nick's life. I want you kids to follow along as I read it out loud. Okay, please don't write on this because we're going to reuse them. All right, so school suicide surge. What does surge mean, first of all? There's a surge. There's a climb. There's an increase. Okay? I want you kids at your tables, you can work collectively in partnerships or as an entire table in your notebooks to write a minimum of 4 sentences using a minimum of 1 sentence frame that captures some aha moment from somebody at your table. So remember, it's not just your opinion, it's why you have this opinion.
Of who and why?
Perfect.
Why teenagers are being new?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Or why there are other periods? No. Why
why students are bullying, why their peers are bullying? What do you think?
Why peers?
Why peers?
I would like to point out that there's a lot of teens committing suicide because of discrimination towards their sexual orientation.
Evidence shows that, what word means it wrong, so the suicide, it went higher.
Okay, so evidence shows that.
I think schools officials nationwide are beginning to reevaluate their methods of dealing with bullying.
Yeah, okay. Evidence shows that schools nationwide
Are beginning to reevaluate their methods of dealing with bullying.
Using more academic language, supporting your opinions, not just stating the simple fact, but going deeper and using your text, actually using the book to support your thinking. So I want to hear back from you kids on how did it feel to use sentence frames. So would anybody like to share out how they felt using a sentence frame?
forced you to do work.
It forced you to work more. I like that. Good. That's what I want to hear. Anybody else want to share how they felt using sentence frames?
Kind of academic and much harder to do because I used to just go quickly to the subject and just write anything I felt and stuff. But now I have to explain it and make it more general.
So you found yourself using a different vocabulary that was actually more academic. Having this now in your notebook, and we'll keep the charts up, do you think that it's going to start to become a habit? Something that you'll include more regularly? That's what I want to see.
So let's spend a few minutes talking about what we saw in Heather's lesson. So it's reteach lesson. They already got the first lesson. Obviously it didn't work, because look at all the errors for somehow fourth period. It just didn't work. What are you seeing? Talk to people about what did Heather do to help her students reach another level with that thing that she identified as not yet competent. So turn and talk and think about that. Allow me to interrupt you. Did you see Heather model? So she's composing live in front of her students. One of the things that Heather does, and I've known her a lot of years, when she models, she sits in the middle of the room with students, but when she gives instructions, she stands back up. So there's a very different style that they get of like what modeling looks like. Did she have a collaborative task? Did she have an independent task? So you saw that she used that instructional model just in an abbreviated way to reteach. One of the things I really appreciate about Heather's lesson here is she says to them, we have a gap in our learning. She doesn't say, you know, I taught this to you, you didn't get it. I have proof. You're going to fail. You're going to get zeros. I mean, she's not angry with them. She's not frustrated with them. She says there's a gap, and here's what we're going to do about it. So they come across as fairly confident. Yeah, we got this. We can do this. She pulls out some other readings. She gets them to do some work. And I think where we would be today with evidence might be a stronger lesson. But even to give them something to use, in this case sentence frames, to know they're supposed to have evidence in their writing, always, is useful. In the live version of this is 22 minutes. That's what she took of her class to go back and reteach. Did they all get it? Will 100% of them get it next time for evidence? No. But the next time she collects data and does this, she'll know which kids didn't get it and who to reteach. Another thing I want to notice on this, there's a kid named JC and AA. Julio and Anthony both have IEPs. This has been an amazing tool to communicate general ed and special ed. Because when we look at this between the general ed and special ed faculty, we say, who's going to take which? Which errors will you take, special ed resource teacher, and which ones will I take? It is a great communication tool so that we can provide support based on the error patterns we see those students make, not some alternative curriculum that they're getting pulled out to do. The actual curriculum expectations. It's been great. You can't do this very well, address these needs, if it's always whole class instruction? What would you do with those 5 kids who have subject-verb agreement problems in first period if it was all whole class instruction? They would have to do independent work. Because they spend so much time collaboratively, we can yank them out of their collaborative groups to do this needs-based instruction. That's why we work so hard to get that collaborative learning strong, so we buy ourselves some time to catch them up. Remember that to-do list? Number 5. Last one. Number 5 on your to-do list. Make one error analysis sheet on something you're teaching. And just see the patterns that you see in your classes. And see if that changes how you think about formative assessment. Now, if you start to share with colleagues, it makes the work less difficult. So if you got together with a group of people who teach the same class, and you said, hey, we're teaching the World War II unit, what are the errors and misconceptions we think they're going to make? Let's be on the lookout for these, let's collect evidence. Makes it easier. But if you could do one error analysis tool and analyze all the patterns, I think you'll see a different way that formative assessment can work for you. And then, you probably need to put in your syllabus that you do not mark all the errors that you see in students' work. We have a paragraph we put in our syllabus because when we first started this work, we had parents coming to the principal with kids' work. I'm worried about your English teacher because there are spelling errors in here that your English teacher didn't catch. Oh, trust me, we caught them all. We just write them on this now instead of circling their work. And this really came about because a woman named Carol Jago, do some of you know Carol from the writing work? Santa Monica High School teacher, Carol Jago. She wrote a book years ago called Papers, 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 because we all, English teachers have piles of papers all the time. And she was abbreviating her corrections for kids to go and fix. And this one paper that she has in her book called Papers, 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 this kid writes with a bunch of fragments. So she writes frag, F-R-A-G, period, on anytime there's a fragment. This kid has no idea what this means. He thinks it says frog. So he inserts the word frog everywhere she said frag. It meant nothing to him. If that's what you want in the paper, you want me to write frog in the paper, I'll write frog in the paper. Give me an A. It didn't change. And she said, because he didn't understand the feedback, it did nothing for his performance. He was just compliant. And then I worry about that in my own career. How many hours did I spend feeling good about myself because, oh, I edited their papers and I underlined and I circled and I rewrote sentences. And they went and fixed them and they give me another version and I love it because it's my writing and I'm super proud of. Look at your writing now. It looks like my writing. I'm very good. Hey, great job. But the next time they write a paper, it still looks like their writing. Because I really didn't teach them how to be better writers or better thinkers or better readers. So we're getting better at this to truly move into formative assessment. That's your 5th and your final thing to do. Thank you for hanging out with me today. I hope you enjoyed it. I would like 5 people minimum to agree to stand up and say, here's something that I learned today that I can directly use before you say goodbye to me. So we're going to be here until 5 people or more talk. Thank you. There's one. Wait. Thank you. I need 5 people who are agreeing to stand up. I have all afternoon. This is called peer pressure. We have 1 brave soul. Thank you. We have 2 brave souls. 3 brave souls. Oh, it's all the girls so far. Just noticing that. I need 2 more. Thank you. 4, 5. Thank you. Go for it.
I am engraving these essays, and I've been marking on every single one of them. I'm stopping. I'm not doing it. I'm going to do a chart, and I'm going to do it that way.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
When you were talking about all the collaborative groups and how you did all the groupings, I went up and asked him, where is that I can use? And he said I can go on their webpage and find free, which is the magic word, free things on all those different descriptions of how to do all the collaborative groups.
Thank you.
I'm in 6th grade, and I guess I'm just learning that struggling is not always a bad thing, and to let my kids struggle a little bit more and figure it out for themselves.
Thank you.
I teach 4th grade, and it's something that it makes sense, and I should have been doing it, but instead of giving them homework on, here's the lesson I'm teaching, and then here's the homework on that lesson, now I think I'm going to be going back and giving them homework on something that they've already accomplished, they are already proficient in, and wait until I know they're proficient in this for this particular standard before I give it to them for homework.
Thank you.
I teach 5th, and I learned the difference between difficulty and complexity, and to really look and evaluate what I'm giving them, and if it's high, high, and low, low, and just really look at it.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I hear it might be foggy tonight. That's a new crop you all have now, so I'm happy to go home to tell everyone that. Enjoy your time. I'm going to hang out if you want to ask me specific questions that you're too embarrassed to ask in front of everybody. Come see me. Enjoy the rest of your night.